see.
Okay, you guys are good to go. Just shoot me an email or whatever when the meeting's over so I can stop the live stream.
Okay, thank you, Sean.
Thanks, Sean.
Okay. So you'll be appearing in the lobby for the Zoom meeting, and she'll let you in, but you should be able to see what's going on. But a couple start things to do, and then we'll let you in. Okay, all right, perfect. All right, thank you. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Okay. Our 9 o'clock should be appearing in your lobby, Amanda. Where's my video? Where's my audio, I mean?
I hear you. Will you mute first 1 sec? Will you mute yourself?
Yeah.
Amanda, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes. Can't see me though, right?
correct.
Yeah, I don't know why my video camera is not working, but maybe we'll try to fix it after the break here.
If the person in the waiting room is watching via YouTube as well, will you please check your chat? I'd sent you a message. I'll
Okay,
send
well, I
them-
have 9 a.m. So I guess we'll call the March 8th City of Marquette Board of Review meeting for hearing appeals to order. We'll start with a pledge allegiance, as usual. Pledge allegiance,
flag of the
pledge
United
allegiance
States,
to the flag of the United
United
States of America and to the
and to the
republic
republic
for which it
which
stands, one
a
nation,
nation,
under God,
God,
indivisible, with
with
liberty and justice for all.
for all.
And next item will be roll call. And I guess you can let the record show that both myself and Mark Schneider are in attendance as board members, and the other 3 positions are vacant.
Amanda, I sent our 9 a.m. an email to see if they will respond. I'm going to admit this iPad, they didn't respond, and we'll just find out who they are, okay? Okay.
And I take it we have no
Hi,
minutes yet for the organizational meeting, so we will dispense with that for now.
correct. I do have them. I'll scan them to you this afternoon. Are you Mr. and Mrs. Perko?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, well, with that, we will basically start the hearings with Mr. and Mrs. Perkle and regarding 830 South Lake Street.
Yes.
And we have determined a presentation time of 5 minutes. So we'll let you get started and present any additional information that you have that will help us reevaluate your assessment. So go ahead, please.
Okay, the other thing is, I don't know if we put down, we live here. It's an apartment building, and we live in one of the apartments. And we're looking for, what's that, reduction for, because we live here.
Okay, I will send you the paperwork for that. I can email it to you or mail it. Which would you prefer?
You can email it.
Okay. Amanda, I have their email address. Perfect.
And I don't know who I'm talking to here.
I think that's Amanda, right?
I'm Amanda.
Okay, how'd you know?
I heard the other one say it.
Okay. Then because we had well, due to COVID this year, we had no business for 9 months. Of course, that's in there with our short-term rental.
Okay. And you've owned this property for a while now? Or?
Roughly 4.5 years.
Okay. So really, your main petition is to get a partial principal residence exemption. And your portion of the building is approximately 25%?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
All units are the
I
same.
don't think I guess I'll ask staff, but I don't think we can act on that at this point until we have your separate petition filled out on that.
Okay.
We cannot act on primary residence until the July board review, Steve.
right, because there are some deadlines for filing on those, but even if we act on it in July, we have the ability to act on it for this year and also, I believe, for some previous years. So not all the way back to your original ownership, but at least partway. So,
Okay.
and with regard to the business end of it, I guess we can take that into some consideration, but it doesn't necessarily devalue the building itself. So
Right.
your business.
Is there any possibility we can have a little, in addition, a little reduction for so many years so we got a hill behind us that has a little problem. And we want to correct that so
Well,
it doesn't create a greater problem.
I'm familiar with the problem. I previously managed the Public Works Department for many years, and I know back in the late 70s or early 80s, the city installed a catch basin out front in the street
Right.
to collect that drainage. But over the years, I believe the various property owners have not done much to channel that drainage across the property to that catch basin. So there's been plenty of people who had an opportunity ahead of you who owned the building, but have not truly acted on it.
Yeah, I know prior, the owner, he never put a pipe from the hill to the catch basin. And that's one of the first things we installed, but
Yeah, we've done that.
But
Okay.
there's still a problem that we like to solve.
Is it creating deterioration on the buildings?
The sand is coming towards the garages. And we like to remove that sand but we don't know how can I say that? Take the water, because we don't know what's under there. It could be a big, what do you call it? Reservoir of water. And I don't want to tap that too much because I'm afraid the hoses will come down.
Yes.
So,
Okay, let's see.
maybe we can get the city to do it for us.
Well, it gets difficult for them to work on private property. They have to
Yes, I know.
confine their activities pretty much to the public property. So. And you have no other additional information to present at this time?
Okay, hill behind us. All right, what else do we have?
No, it was basically that residential thing and then our lack of income with the COVID, you know. We have a short-term rental here that we were unable to rent and
Is that one of the 4 apartments or is it
Yes.
all 3?
No.
No.
one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Christina must be out.
That's Christine, yeah.
Right, you must be out in Georgia or somewhere.
Don't you like it? Yep, I love virtual backgrounds.
Mhm.
Okay, well, we don't generally act on the decisions right away. We take and review all the information that we can collect on these, and then you'll be notified in writing within 30 days of the board's decision after the close of the hearings. So this is your chance to present anything new. We'll take the information you've presented into consideration and we'll vote on it later.
Okay,
Okay,
Thank you for attending, and we will expect your homestead petition for July then.
okay.
okay,
Thank you.
all right.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care,
Thank
guys.
you.
Bye.
Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Amanda, what petition number is this?
This is petition number 51. So I removed them out of the meeting. So now I didn't know who that was. I was just checking to see who it was. But I see our next person, petition number 52. So that was 51. The Perkos, and Rudolph Mosca is petition number 52.
52.
And he is here for 713 Grove Street. Parcel number 0514730.
Okay, do we want to let him in early, or do we want to take a couple minutes to discuss this, Mark?
Well, I suppose if he's waiting, maybe we should just kind of let him in and keep him moving, hey?
Yep, I could do that. Are you guys ready then?
What's the
Yeah.
parcel number again?
0514730.
Thank you.
Okay. There he is. Hi, Rudolph.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mosca.
Perfect, thank
Um,
you.
Okay, the board has established a 5-minute presentation time for petitioners. And so we have the assessor's data on your property. What we would like is any additional information you feel would be pertinent to help us reevaluate the assessment on it. So if you could present that to us now.
The big concerns I wanted to make sure were addressed were the irregular lot size. It is 50 feet of frontage, 90 feet deep on one side, 80 feet deep on the other, and 82 feet across the back. But we've been unable, I'm working with Glenn Van Nest of Van Nest Surveying, to actually find where the back of the property is, because we've been unable to find a survey beyond, we've had to go back to the original 1865 survey in order to find what we hope would be a corner. And what it's pretty much come down to is a judgment call on his behalf based on, because everything is based off of where Grove Street was at that time. And of course, the street has been realigned and moved,
Okay.
as well as the current utilities and then the bike path, which is currently located at the front, which restricts property entry. And there's technically no legal parking for the lot as it sits. So those were my big highlights there. If there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Okay, I know the property is zoned multifamily. Have you been working with the city staff at all in zoning and planning regarding what you can construct on the property?
Well, that's the other additional issue is it's really an unbuildable lot. And you have a usable space of 20 feet by 45 by 35 with a 52-foot backer, but that does not include existing green space issues, which this property would have a ton of, as well as adding a curb cut and driveway. I can just barely legally park 2 vehicles in the width of the property. And in order to put in said driveway, I would eliminate all green space in the front yard. So I can't, without a variance, and of course the survey, all of that, put in even a driveway to park a vehicle, nonetheless a house or hopefully a structure. And I paid $10 for the property, which I'm sure is by all means not what the tax board would say is the current value. But given the concerns with the property's shape, I put the $12,000 as what I thought would be a more amicable amount, given what use the property can have in the future itself.
Okay, well, I guess to paint a not quite so discouraging picture of development, I know the city is working quite diligently on infill and trying to find ways to allow structures to be built on properties. So if you continue to work with them, you know, I think they will.
I've worked with Andrea quite a bit. I owned another piece of property in Marquette. I had to sell to go to medical school because I couldn't turn it into a rental due to green space issues and parking restrictions for what was a very small 20 by 24 foot house where I couldn't get 2 parking spots legally, and versus trying to arrange a lease with the city or find parking that was reasonable for a tenant in order to meet those restrictions, it was just so much easier for me to sell it.
Now, do you own a home a couple of doors down from this lot?
Actually, if you look at the property, 707 Grove Street is owned by my parents, and I manage the property for them. This property fits inside that horseshoe. And of course, while it benefits us adding frontage, should we decide to ever do anything with that property, as it sits as a singular property, it's really unusable for anyone.
Okay. And it is the 707, is that a rental single family home at this point then?
It's actually zoned multifamily as well, but it is currently a single family long-term rental, yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mark, any questions?
I don't think so.
Well, Mr. Muska, do you have additional information you would like to present as well?
The big thing is 707 is also being surveyed as well. That's where we originally came up with this concern. And I was actually accidentally contacted on behalf of the city due to the back taxes for the property. And that's how I ended up purchasing the property and starting this scenario as we see it now. And ideally, I'll be back in Marquette, hopefully as a resident, ideally as a physician. And I was able to purchase 707 with my parents, very lucky in that respect. And this just seemed like a natural choice when I contacted the owners, and they didn't want anything to do with it. And I was able to purchase it for $10 in the previous back taxes. But seeing at what it's currently valued at, I'm just, for lack of better words, blown away that that's the current for a piece of property that would require so much work to be usable. That's the value inherently, I guess.
Okay. Well, we don't generally act on these as at this point in the meeting. We're taking input from all of the petitioners, trying to add to our references for when we do take consideration of the assessments. And after we've made a determination, you'll be notified in writing of that determination within 30 days by the assessing department. So if there's nothing else, we thank you for your input and for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much. And should you have any other questions, my app or my petition has my contact information. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye now. You as well.
I see our next person in the waiting room. If you guys wanted to get that appointment done now as well.
I do have a question regarding this one for staff, if we could first. And that's even though they a part owner of the surrounding property, I guess, do we have to evaluate the value of this parcel totally independent of that, since they're not combined at this point?
Well, it's always, value is always based on the highest and best use, not the current use of the property. So the highest and best use can be to an adjacent owner and not necessarily as a standalone lot. So every single parcel needs to be looked at as its highest and best use versus its current use.
Okay, so even though there may be, I guess I didn't check exactly, but if he owns this one independent versus, well, I think his parents are on this one too, if I look at the information here. So the chances are that ownership is the same, and it could be quite easily combined at that point then. So
If they were adjacent parcels, they could be combined.
he said the other one surrounds this one, at least on two of the sides, I would say.
Yeah, said it was kind of a horseshoe.
Yeah, Amanda might be able to call up the parcel number and share a screen there.
Yep, I'm going to do that right now.
Steve, to answer your question, this one is owned by James, Kimberly, and Rudolph. And the uh, $707 is owned by James and Kimberly.
Okay.
There's no Rudolph on that particular deed or ownership.
So here's 713 right here. Can you see that?
Yeah.
And then 707.
Okay. And I drove by it. It's already got a curb cut in the curb itself. It looks like a fine independent single family lot. It's just there's restrictions for multifamily, but I think with variances, it could be a fine single family lot as long as he can combine it with the others. It would certainly help with the development of the other ones. We can put off the decision, I guess, but I wanted to know if it was bigger than what it appears, and it is. So. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's the petition number for the next one, Amanda?
The next one is petition number 53. Mr. Adler for 1008 Champion Street. Parcel number 0090460.
I need a minute to find that one.
Sure. He would be labeled as your 9:30 appointment.
Yeah, I have it. No, thank you. I was
Yeah.
looking at the SPQR instead of and looking for Adler. So,
Yes. Oh, yeah. I should have told you that.
so Mark, if you're ready, we'll let Mr. Adler make his presentation.
Yep, I've got it pulled up here.
Ready? Okay, I'll let him in.
Morning, Mr. Adler.
Morning.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, welcome to the board. Board has established a 5-minute presentation time for petitioners this year, and so if you would furnish whatever information you feel you've got that would help us reassess or reevaluate the assessment on the property, and in particular, anything additional to what you sent in writing. You have your
Okay.
written comments already. So.
Okay, I don't have anything in addition to what was submitted in writing and online with the forms. This is the first time I've ever done this, so I was unsure what else would be required. So I just wanted to make sure I had a chance to dial in and, make sure it's all done correctly. So I guess the slight piece I can just say is, we closed on the property in late January. We did purchase it for a price that was less than what it was assessed at. Due to the significant amount of repairs and lack of maintenance that was done by the previous owner over the last, presumably 5 to 10 years. I believe after all those repairs are done, that property value would be much more accurate. But we anticipate, $40,000 to $60,000 of repairs and maintenance to be done on the property prior to.
Okay, and the property does include 2 independent houses?
Affirmative.
Okay, thank you. And at this point, your indication is that they both need considerable repairs?
Yes. I do have an assessment that I had done professionally as well that I could send over. I didn't include that initially.
An appraisal?
No, an inspection when we were purchasing it.
Okay. That does that have any repair estimates with it, or just a listing of?
Just a list of them and evidence of the damage.
Well, it would probably assist if you could email that as well to the assessing department. They'll forward that on to us.
Okay.
I think you have my email.
What you sent us was entirely basically a list of complaints from the tenants.
I believed it to be evidence of what needed to be repaired. So we had like a pipe burst, due to the lack of insulation. I had the insulation company come out. They gave me a verbal quote. I don't have something in writing. I have a quote from, can't remember the name of the company off the top of my head, but plumbers for the furnace repair as well. I had an electrician come out and he gave me an estimate, but it's not written. I can get more of that data together if you like.
I guess your original evaluation from the home inspection would probably be adequate then. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
You gave us an estimated value of 125,000. Is that based on what you did pay for the property?
Yes, sir. It was a fair market value purchase at arm's length transaction through our realtor.
Okay, thank you. Mark, any questions?
I don't have any at this time.
Okay. Well, I guess at this point, we don't generally go through the evaluation process at the same time we're taking in the information to evaluate. We wait for your other documentation that you've indicated you can forward. And after we've made our decision here this week, you'll be notified within 30 days of what that decision was. And
okay.
We thank you for joining us this morning and helping us evaluate this.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good
Take
morning.
care.
Okay. Well, we're now about 15 minutes ahead of the next one, so you want to take a look at
Yeah, let's do that.
the Perko property on South Lake Street?
Yeah, number 51.
Yes.
Well, I was kind of thinking on that one. I mean, of course, I sympathize with them, but I don't know. Is there kind of other options, I guess, for relief? For things due to, they said it was kind of due to COVID was their main concern, that they couldn't get income on that rental. I think, like you had said, that doesn't necessarily change the value of the property.
Especially since this one is actually classified as residential, correct? 'Cause it's only 4 units.
I can pull it up on the screen here for you.
It's not really a commercial property as such.
Correct. It's classified as 401 residential.
And I presume that, well, I'm not that familiar with the regulations now. Once you get a property licensed for short-term residential, if you can, if you can put a long-term tenant in it or not. I think there is a certain number of days per year that any one party can stay in there. So.
Okay.
I guess I'm curious as to, I made a note in looking at this. Value had dropped, I think, last year and then jumped back up again for this current year. Are you familiar with why that occurred?
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Well, the values would have changed. We would have aged the property, from 1 year to the next. So it would have, the depreciation would have kicked in. So it would have lowered the values. And then the economic condition factor by neighborhood based upon the sales study, that ECF applied to all the properties within the neighborhood. So the assessed value would have changed for those reasons. Since the taxable value is below the assessed value, the taxable went up by the rate of inflation.
Okay, and I know we dealt last year, I think it was, with the very high value purchase by Scott White along this stretch of property and how it might affect the whole neighborhood. And is this some of what we're seeing because of how much he paid for that?
Well, it would be all of the properties in the neighborhood that have sold over a 2-year time period. So one parcel isn't going to have any dramatic effect on the whole entire city. So we, like I said before, we had over 500 sales in the city over that 2-year time period. So one sale, it isn't going to affect properties citywide.
It can't affect the economic condition factor for that neighborhood though, correct?
Yeah, once we look at once we break the entire city down into those neighborhoods, depending upon how many sales occurred in each neighborhood, that could affect it. If it was an improved property, and not a split off of another parcel.
Well, as I recall, it was a built-on property. He was going to demolish the structure and rebuild or something of that nature. But the value of this one has, held fairly constant. Wavers up and down a little bit, but it did take somewhat of a significant jump for this year. So as far as the drainage issue, I know he said he's run a pipe through there, but that has plagued that property for decades. And it certainly is or was when I was down there previously, devaluing the property. Just everything was spongy, wet, moldy all the time.
Yeah. Just from that big hill back behind there, hey?
Well, there is a spring directly behind this property, leaks out of the hillside. So said he
Nice.
piped that, but it's still apparently moving sand down toward him. So I guess, Mark, if you got a suggested value.
Trying to see. Well, what? What letter was this petition in the document that you guys sent out?
This was just labeled 9 o'clock appointment.
Oh, okay.
It is a bit of a unique property down there, I believe. I think it's the only apartment building on South Lake Street, or the only one in that area. Actually built as an apartment anyway. And it's not a particularly attractive property because it's so shallow. The building is very close to the road, backed up right tight against the hillside. So I don't know, 471,600 seems a lot, but not way overpriced, just a high value for something that is that old and has a few problems.
Yeah, well, what if we kind of reverted back to that, looking at this, that 2018 value, said like 450. Guess wouldn't help them too much, but a little something.
I'd be happy with that, I guess.
Okay. Then I would make a motion to set the value at 450,000.
So leading to an SEV of 225.
Yep.
And it would not change the taxable value at that point. If I'm reading this correct.
Oh.
I will second that motion.
But what do you want for a reason? Market conditions?
I think it's partly market conditions, but I think the
property conditions,
physical value of the property or physical
Yeah.
condition of the property should enter into it somewhat too.
Property conditions?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and you're changing it to 225,000?
Correct.
Okay,
So no further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion is approved. 2-0. At the assessed value at $225,000 and to leave the taxable value at $204,625.
Yep.
So do we consider that a denial of the tentative taxable value petition or not?
That was about to be my question.
did they protest the taxable value?
They didn't check that box. They didn't check either box, so it wouldn't be a denial, technically. They did not check the tentative taxable value box.
Yeah, they basically didn't check either one, any of the boxes as to what they were protesting. So, I would recommend to you that you just only check only on the back of the form that you only address the assessed value, that you're changing the assessed value.
Okay, thank you.
I see our 9:45 appointment is in the waiting room.
Okay,
Just a heads
I
up.
think we can let him in. That's Mr. Schwemmen.
So that is Mr. Schwemmen for Schwemmen Properties LLC. It's for parcel number 0540010, petition number 54. And it's 923 Lee Street. So you guys are ready?
Yes.
Yep, I got it here. Okay.
And there he is.
Morning, Mr. Schwemmen. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, welcome to the Board of Review. We've established a 5-minute presentation time for petitioners this year. And we have your written information and photos. What else would you like to use your time to, what other information would you like to present to us to take into consideration as we evaluate your assessment?
Is this me, Craig Schwemmen?
Yes.
You.
Okay, yeah, I just wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if I was on the right one or not. Basically, from what I put together in my scenario here is I got the two closest comps, which the first one is 905 Lee Street, which is basically 5 houses down the road on the same side of the street. That sold for $110,000. I kind of did a breakdown of what it would be square footage. And then the next closest one, proximity wise, is 372, which is a 3-bedroom, 1-bath. That sold for 137, and the list goes on. So Did I get a good deal on the house? At 73,000, yes, but I think some consideration why it sold was, I mean, the house was sitting there for 10 years vacant, busted pipes, total gut job with the pictures. I just can't see the increase going up 30% based on the previous 5 years historical, about 2% increase. So that's what I'd like you to, to consider that. This property is smaller than some of those other comps as far as yard. There's no backyard on it. You can see in those pictures, north side yard. So I just feel that a 30% increase is a little too high.
Okay. Now you did purchase it during the year. Tax value is established as of December 31st. Had you completed some of the repairs by that time?
I've done, like I put a roof on it in the fall. It's in the process of being, but it's not worth $150,000 right now. I mean, it's.
But did you have the kitchen back in place, or?
It's in the works. Yeah, it will be. But at the time when I purchased that place, or actually in the December, you're asking me?
Yes.
It wasn't completed it's still not completed. It's close, but it's not completely finished in there.
Okay.
Pipes, I repiped it. There was busted pipes in there with all the old cast iron. The house was froze up. I mean, it sat vacant for many years.
Was the owner in an assisted living facility or something?
No, I think she died 13 plus years ago, and it was in the family, and then the family was in California / Copper Country. It was used for a while for like a summer place, and then they shut it down like 5 years ago, and no one's been in it, and you can tell.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it basically, did it have mold problems and things where you had to?
Well, it's some wet in the basement. Obviously it was musty as heck and down there. We'll see what it does this spring. If it is a leak issue, I couldn't tell you what it was in September. I do know that the roof leaked all the way through the house. That's why I put the new roof on it.
Mark, any questions?
None here.
I mean, what are you guys? What's feedback from you guys regarding this?
Well, we try to use this time to collect whatever information we can on the properties. Anything additional you can add. We'll go back later and review all of that, and whatever additional information we think we can find. We may ask the assessing staff for values of other properties in the neighborhood or things as well. Then we'll make a decision later, and once that decision's made, you'll be notified in writing within 30 days of the value that we felt was appropriate for the property.
So based on what I provided to you right here, I mean, would you consider those comparable comps or acceptable comps?
At this point, we may, I guess to do that, we'd probably ask the staff to provide us with the field cards on some of these properties to determine how comparable they really are. And they're in the same neighborhood, but square footage wise, age wise, layout wise, and things,
Well, can we talk about that, right? I mean, just looking at the first two right there, I just want to see. I mean, if we're looking at a 2-bedroom, 2-bath comp that's remodeled, I mean, can you evaluate or comment on that one? I mean, if I'm way out of line on a comp, then let me know. And the same with the one across the street, the 372 park. That's a 3-bedroom, comparable square footage. I mean, it's actually bigger, but square footage wise, you know, I came up with 100. If I based it on 115 based on the previous assessment, you know, that would be increased with 2% of what it did throughout the previous years.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking these are, I mean, it's not like I pulled a comp that was 7 blocks away. I mean, there are some, the Lincoln or the 3rd Street's further down, but I mean, if you want immediate comps to the neighborhood, square footage wise and everything and what they sold for, I think I'm right in line.
No, I commend you on the work you did. I think that'll be very helpful to our decision. And you know, truthfully, not a lot of people go to that amount of work, and we appreciate it when they do.
Yeah. Okay.
It does really help facilitate our decision making. So.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your consideration.
Okay. Thank you much for joining us today. And
nothing else I need to do.
Not at this point. No, like I said, you'll hear by mail what our decision was within the next 30 days.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Yep. See you guys. Well, hard part is turning this off.
I'll get you out.
Where's the?
I removed them.
Master switch.
Yeah.
It's nice to have that. You guys better behave now. Just so you know, the 10 o'clock is in the waiting room.
Okay.
Well, that's the one that just came in this morning, right?
Yes. Yep. Just got the paperwork this morning.
What petition number?
So this will be petition number 55. Richard Anderson is who we'll be talking to. Parcel number 0281601, 923 Sherman Street. Are you guys ready?
Just
Okay.
shuffle some papers here.
What's the parcel number for that one again? 0281601?
Correct.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I didn't get a chance to read this one yet, so I'm going to take a minute here before we let them in.
You just let me know when you're ready.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Hello.
Morning, Mr.
Hi.
Anderson. Welcome to the Board of Review. We've established a 5-minute presentation time for petitioners this year. And we ask you to use that time to present whatever additional information other than the written comments you sent in your March 5th memo or letter. If you could provide any additional information that would help us reevaluate the property, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think I've got all the information. I just thought I would answer any questions. The owners are all focused on on maintaining this property as an affordable housing unit in the city. So that was kind of our motivation for seeing if we could get this valuation set a little closer to what the evidence shows as it relates to our purchase price and the some of the materials that we put into the house, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, you said you believe it to be a shipping container?
We were looking at doing a renovation where we would open up the ceiling. It's a low hanging ceiling inside. We did a little investigation, and yeah, it appeared, and then doing a little discussion, looks like there were a couple places like that on that side of town, but it is not a traditionally built structure. It looks like it was a wooden shipping container from the 1920s or 30s. And that's the best we can kind of make of it. But the construction does not allow for us to open up the ceiling and kind of open up everything inside. It's just kind of, it's all tied in with the way in which the ceiling is. So anyway, that was the investigation that we did. So a little bit of history there. It is sitting on posts. The posts are, as far as we can tell, about 20, 30 years old. And probably at some point, we're going to have to redo those posts. So it's a pretty basic, structure.
And I take it that it's in the area where this is very, very shallow rock. Is much of the rock exposed on the property, or?
We see rock in behind in the backyard. We're not, we haven't probed it to see if a basement is possible. We don't have rock protruding. We assume we could eventually do a block foundation and put that under as well. We assume we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
And you said the owners are looking at keeping this as kind of an affordable housing option then?
Yeah, there's 4 of us that have gone in on this house, and one of the owners is works at Northern Michigan University. They have a history of owning rentals for students, and we're particularly, especially with so many Airbnbs in the city, we thought it would be important to kind of upgrade this house, offer a quality residence for that's affordable. So that's our plan, to keep it that way.
Okay.
I don't know if you can answer this, but I'm a bit curious. Many of the homes up in that area don't have direct access to the utilities because of the rock. Do you know, does it have its own independent water and sewer connections direct to the city lines?
As far as we know, yes, it's connected to the city sewer.
Thank you. Well, so this is your opportunity to present additional information. We don't generally act on these at this time when we're collecting the information. We'll go back and we may ask staff to supply photos and information on adjoining properties and such as we do the evaluation. So we'll do that later. Once we've made that decision, you'll be notified within 30 days in writing of our decision on the property. And
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Richard.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good day. And that, I believe, is the last of our scheduled ones until 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
I'm going to forward you an email, all of you, that I received for the SPQR LLC property from Mr. Adler. He just sent an email.
Alrighty. Do we want to look at number 52, Steve?
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to look at Amanda's email here. a minute.
Oh, okay. I just got it here too.
It keeps moving.
Well, 42 page, 42 page appraisal. I'm not going to try to print, but okay. Looks like a lot of information.
You say you want to go back to 52?
Yeah, I'm making a couple notes on 51 here yet, but we'll take that up in just a minute here. Yeah. Number 52 was 713 Grove Street, parcel 514730, the empty lot. Hard to believe an empty lot in the city of Marquette would be worth less than $24,000.
Yeah.
What's the square footage on the lot?
5,610. And he's right in that multifamily zoning, I think, requires a minimum of 15,000. But I'm not so sure you couldn't build a single family home on it, even in the multifamily zoning district. I think that would be allowed. I'm not positive. And he's right, it probably would require variances, which are not guaranteed.
You would like the value cut in half, eh? Is that what I see here?
Yes. I don't know where he found a deal like $10 per lot.
I know, that's what I was thinking, boy.
Well, he said plus back taxes. So
yeah, yeah.
His other comments about uncertain physical corners, that's really, if he's dealing with a licensed surveyor, they're going to be able to establish those.
Right.
They aren't really uncertain. They haven't been established at this point yet. The utility pole location, I drove by it. It doesn't really seem like it would block access to the property. There is already a curb cut. It says cost of curb cut and driveway. There's already a curb cut leading into this property.
Okay.
I don't know whether utilities have been stubbed into that parcel or not. A lot of times that's what the city will do, is on a vacant parcel, they'll stub the utilities into a position behind the curb line where it doesn't require street excavation. I'm not sure that's been done here, so you may actually be looking at a cost of $15,000-$20,000 to run new utilities into the lot, or he may already have that value in the lot too. I don't know. So
I mean, it does say public improvements, water, sewer, electric, gas, but like you said, you don't know how extensive that is, hey?
yeah.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, the sewer is very close to that side of the street. Wouldn't require going all the way across, but there are multiple water mains in that section of the street, and I can't recall which one you'd have to tap into. One of them comes out of the station across the street and serves, one feeds the station, so it doesn't serve homes. One serves the properties up at the top of the hill after the pressure is raised. So that one wouldn't be the one he'd tap into either, but there's a third one there, I believe. So.
Well, kind of tempted to deny this one. I mean, that's been the assessed value for a while now, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like it's held fairly constant
Mm-hmm.
and like Miles said, it's really on the potential highest and best use, which actually got a little closer to, or probably gained a little value by him buying it with his parents owning the cheating.
You're right.
So
Right.
if anything, it probably went up in value at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't really think, I mean, yeah, he didn't pay much for it, but I don't know where you could find another property that would allow some type of construction on it, usable construction. And I really think that despite the need for variances or whatever, that
Mm-hmm.
this would allow that. So
Yeah.
at least everything I learned when I was on the planning commission about how desperate the city is to facilitate infill.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well,
Is that a motion?
yeah, I'll make a motion to deny the petition.
I will second that motion. Any further discussion?
None from me.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 2-0.
So the reason assessment determined to be accurate.
I think that's a good phrase, yes. He already got one good deal. I'm not sure he can really second one here.
Right? Yeah, at $10, you can't complain too much. Okay.
Now, when it comes to actually marking this in the roll, do I write anything in there, or do I just copy the same numbers over, or?
You can under the board of review column, you can just write denied.
Okay. And I think we are ready to move on to petition number 53.
Yeah. Mr. Adler.
Time to study that appraisal. Guess I'd like to look at a few pages of it.
Sure.
Yeah, looks like fair amount of deterioration, much of it caused by poorly done construction or maintenance, creating some of their own problems. SEV is at 174.8 and he'd like to see it at 125.
And that's what he paid for it, right?
Yeah. But it does include 2 houses though too. So.
Right. Yeah.
I think he acknowledged that once he completed some of these repairs, the value would go back up quickly, but it'll be uncapped next year, correct? He didn't, I don't think he completed the sale until January of this year. So.
Correct.
Can you bring up the picture of that lot?
On GIS?
Yeah.
This one say what year that home was built?
Nineteen 1900s, it said. Can you see the lot now?
Yep. That house up front and one behind it.
So is that alley still platted there or is that vacated behind the property?
It doesn't look vacated on that. Nope, it looks like it's still usable.
Okay. Yeah, for everything that's wrong with it, I guess 175,000 seems a bit high, but 125,000 seems low for two buildings too. So
Right, I know, for two houses.
go somewhere in between on that, I guess.
Split the difference.
That sounds probably pretty reasonable. Yeah, I guess 150,000.
150. I would make that a motion.
I will second that motion to change the assessed value to 150,000. Excuse me, to 75,000.
Yeah.
Which will not affect the taxable value. He was not protesting the taxable value according to his form anyways.
Is it property conditions or market?
I think on this one, it's mostly property conditions,
Yeah.
which should help when it comes to once he completes his repairs, it going back up again.
Mm-hmm.
And you're changing it to the assessed to 75,000, correct?
Correct.
I don't think you had a motion and a second, did you?
I'm sorry. I seconded it. We probably didn't vote on it.
Probably didn't vote. Nope.
Yeah. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion's 2-0. Okay. Are we ready for petition number 54?
I am.
From Schwemmen Properties for 923 Lee Street, parcel number 0540010. He says it's worth 100,000. We've got it at 150,400. Could you run through the photos he submitted on the screen here?
Can I run through them?
Yeah, somebody from there. I could dig in the emails here and look for them, but I don't have them handy.
Let me look here quickly. He sent multiple emails. Amanda, I think this would have been in the first batch from me.
It would have been as petition W.
I can just share my email with you. That might be easier. Mhm. Share the screen with you.
That's not the property.
That's
Oh,
nope.
this is one next door. I think he was trying to show the side yard space or something there.
So this is 417 South 3rd Street.
Oh,
I'm just sharing the pictures that he submitted.
okay, that's a comparable. That's across from the fire station. I'm not really sure. It might be comparable in size, but not in age and design and anything else really.
And this one's 111 North 6th Street.
That one's quite a bit bigger, I believe. The pictures I was looking for was I thought he had a bunch of pictures of the inside of the house showing the damage or deterioration.
It does. It looks
Here's those
pretty
ones.
beat up. Yeah.
It's not kind of blurry, but
Is that like a unfinished wall in that bathroom there?
it looks like wallpaper.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, well, he said if things froze up, the toilet doesn't look like it froze and broke, but yeah, there is water damage. Do you have one of a kitchen too or not? I thought he said no kitchen.
This might be where the kitchen's supposed to be. There's a refrigerator.
Yeah, okay. Looks like a lot of potentially asbestos tile on the floors too. Yeah, I mean, he bought a pretty rough property, guaranteed that. But he got it for 73,000. And he's trying to make a big issue of the fact that there's no yard, but I think that's a big asset for a lot of people who don't want to take care of a yard.
There's some pictures of the yard in here.
Exterior of the house doesn't look like it's in really bad shape.
No, it looks a lot worse inside, hey?
Yeah.
How do I remember him saying that he thought a more reasonable value or something would be like 110,000 for a true cash value?
He's saying 100,000 on his
Saying
form.
100. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought when he was talking, he had said something like 110.
Well, the one next door sold for 110, or a couple of houses away. And he said that one was at 101 dollars a square foot, but had already been remodeled.
Sure.
He wants $63 a square foot. The others are all in the range of $100 a square foot.
Yep.
He's willing to go up to 87, I guess, at 100,000. Want to take his number of 87, or do you want to round that to like $90 a square foot and see what that comes out?
Yeah, what would 90 be?
That'd be 103,680 for the market value.
Well,
Or do we just go with his 100,000 and
yeah, I think I would make that a motion to go with this 100,000. It is pretty beat up inside.
then if he completes his repairs, we get to raise it back up again.
Yep. Then it'll jump on him.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will second the motion to set the assessed value at 50,000.
Yep.
And that's also, I think, going to set the taxable value at 50,000. Yes.
Alrighty.
Any further discussion? And this is based on primarily on property conditions, I take it, Mark?
Yep.
So all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 2-0.
That's for 50,000.
Both SEV
Yeah.
and taxable to 50,000, yes.
That was the one.
Brings us to number 55, which is 923 Sherman Street. Parcel 0281601.
Made out of an old shipping container, they thought, hey?
Well, I don't know if they used to crate cars to ship them or not, but I mean, cars used to arrive here by boat. Okay, so this one is uncapping for this year as well, right? They just bought it February of 2020.
Mhm.
Yes, that's, I think he was referring to in his comments about the increase in value, but he was referring to the taxable value, not the assessed value, because it became uncapped.
Yeah. And, here's one where they say they paid 53.7 for it, but they're willing to say it's worth 60,000. So
Mhm. Yep, after repairs. So
could you bring the photo up on this one?
Is that what you wanted? Do you want?
Yeah. What is it,
Yeah.
about 900 square feet or so?
$528.
That's all? Okay. Probably not much bigger than a dorm room if they want to keep it for.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, I like the concept of the affordable housing. I wonder what they would end up charging for rent.
I guess I'm wondering, when he said it was the kitchen ceiling or something they opened up and found it was a container. I'm wondering if that's the add-on kitchen on the back. It's just that shed on the addition.
Yeah, it is a wood, 1 story with a slab, it says. Right here, and then that's a porch.
Well, if it's on posts, it's not on the slab either, is it?
Doesn't look like it's on post. Yeah, looks like it's on a slab or something. Hard to tell. When we were in the field, we determined it was on a slab, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the ripples there indicate that's just tar paper or something that's painted there. Or plywood or something. Chimney's falling apart.
Mm-hmm. Siding's pretty dinged up.
I think they're probably okay with their value estimate.
Yeah, I would agree. So yeah, I'll make a motion to set the assessed value at 30,000. Is that what they're looking for?
Yeah. Currently at 37.
37.5.
That in the wrong spot.
Are you seeing property conditions or market?
Well, yours is based on sales study, and this is based on what we're seeing on the property and what they told us. I guess we'll say this one is on property conditions as well.
And you're changing it to 30,000, correct?
Yes, for both SEV and taxable. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, we ready to move to petition A then for East Hill
Yeah.
Avenue? Or did you have some other order you wanted to use?
Petition A is good for me.
Okay. We will do that then, and she's really just asking for a change in the legal description, as I understood it, not
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought too.
really a change in value, although I don't know if we add property in the legal description, are we doing anything that's going to actually change her or cause you to change her assessed value or taxable value this year?
No, we're not going to change her values. We're just getting the authority to change the legal description.
Okay, well, I noted that the description in that quitclaim deed, though, does not match the outline that's colored in on the photo you sent us for 111, the one where you've got it shaded in red. There's no way that description includes the extension that goes out behind 317 South Front Street.
Yeah, when you trace out all of the deeds, it doesn't, the oldest deed doesn't close. It should go to the west. And then when you trace out all the other deeds, the second previous owner should have included that the additional property in with the most current deed, but did not. So you actually have to go back 2 deeds in order to see how it was originally described. And that original deed actually has property to the east that the current owner does not currently have. So the drawings that you're getting aren't going to correspond to what she's requesting to be added to it. It's simply the correction deed is describing what should have been described in the second deed, if any of that makes sense. It's been a couple
I
hours.
thought when Tom and Sandy Belt bought it, that he said he he had some interest in the enclosed alleyway, which I think the photos would show as a set of double doors on, yeah, those red double doors onto East Baraga. I believe lead to like an enclosed alleyway that was for deliveries or something. I don't know if it actually provides any access to 111 or not. I know the last I recall it being heavily used was when Carroll Motor Supply was in that building. Which is a long time ago and many uses ago.
I'm thinking it must have been a while back.
But this description, as near as I could figure out, actually just adds some of the existing yellow brick building back in that was left out. Am I reading that correctly?
You know, without a survey, you know, I can't tell you that that's accurate or not. I can tell you that looking at the deeds, that this particular legal description that deed references was part of the 2 deeds ago description. And so that owner is now deeding this omitted land back to the current property owner. I can't tell you without a survey, you know, where the building actually lies within those legal descriptions.
Okay. I guess I'm quite surprised by that, knowing how fastidious Tom Belt was, the previous owner, on all matters, especially paperwork, that he actually didn't own what he was living in.
What parcel number are we going to make this one, Amanda? 56?
Petition number, I was going to ask you that if you wanted to make this the next petition, then if we were going to actually sign this, or if we're just going to ask for an action, or how that was going to work.
Yeah, we'll have to give this, as long as you haven't renumbered or pre-numbered the other petitions, can we make this 56 and then
Yep.
go forward from there? Okay.
Exactly.
So make this 56, and then the parcel number is what?
0111450.
Okay, so then if the board can just make a motion to correct the legal description as presented.
Okay, I did notice one thing that I do have a question on value though. In the tax roll itself, it shows the sale price for this parcel as 387,500, and it also shows the sale price for the property to the east, the parking area for this lot, which was sold at the same time for that same 387,500. So I think that actually covered both parcels, not just one or the other.
Yep. So you can look here at the sales information that I have pulled up, and it includes both parcels.
Okay. So there is no effort on your part to try to assign separate values in a sale, correct?
No, we list them. If there are multiple parcels involved with the sale, we check that box, and then we include all of the parcel numbers within the sale. We also include, when we're doing the study, we include all of the assessed values as a lump sum and compare it to what it sold for.
Okay. Um, Well, then I guess we can just proceed with the motion. Mark, you want to make that to correct the legal description?
Sure, I will make such a motion.
A motion made, I'll second it to correct the legal description for 1111450 to include the property described in the quitclaim deed submitted. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved 2-0. And again, I'll ask what note I'm supposed to put in the tax roll for this action.
Yeah, I would write under the board of review, corrected legal description.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I think we can move on to petition number 57 from Powder Day LLC for 107 West Main Street, the former depot building, which we are showing purchased it, uncapped it, and has an SEV and taxable value of $1 million. The SEV and taxable value is $727,800, and the owner is saying it has a true cash value of $1.2 million.
What's the parcel number on that one?
0151043.
You already lowered it by 34.5. That's not enough.
They don't really have a whole lot of, evidence for why they think it should be that.
Just what they paid for it, I guess.
Yeah.
And the fact that there was such a big difference between taxable value and assessed value just because it hadn't sold in a while, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Is I guess, is any of the staff familiar with the project that Viridia had underway 2 to 3 years ago to construct on the parking area right next to this? I thought they had purchased that property from the city and had development plans, but I've never really seen anything change there.
Yeah, I don't, I think that was part of the splits from last year. Amanda, can you pull up the GIS for this parcel and look? Let's get the parcel numbers, because there was like 3 or 4 parcel number splits and combinations, and I don't remember them all off the top of my head.
I mean, I think if another newer office building goes in right next to this, it's definitely going to have a value on this one too, but.
So here's the parcel right here.
Okay, can you flash that one?
The one immediately to the west of it, I think, is the one that was proposed for new development.
Hmm.
Yeah, you see that there's who's showing as the owner of that now?
Viridia Group.
Okay. All right. Yeah, what they were, what their final plans are for that parcel, I don't know.
I haven't seen anything come through.
Well, I mean, I know they had made some presentation to the city commission and to the probably to the Brownfield Authority and the DDA and such. As I recall, it was going to be a multi-story office building with underground parking garage, which is what caught my attention, is because of the underground river that flows through there. I was wondering how they were going to put an underground parking garage, but I guess it doesn't have a real immediate value on this, but it certainly raises the potential value of this building, I think. Rather than being kind of isolated and standalone, it's going to definitely increase traffic in the neighborhood. I guess if Dr. Deline paid $1.2 million, you just have to decide, is it worth that or more than that?
We check and see if it was listed for sale on the market. 07 West Main.
I'm not sure. He may be a tenant in the building too. So maybe it wasn't really an open sale.
Yeah.
He is a tenant. I think my kid's doctor's office is near his.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything popping up that the property was recently for sale.
Which kind of means it may not really have been an arm's length sale.
Well.
I don't know if that would have got him a almost $250,000 discount on it, but
Yeah, I don't see anything coming up that the property was listed for sale here.
Well, I believe it's a very well-built and several times remodeled, very old building,
Yeah, nice building.
almost a historical landmark. Um, So it probably has a fair amount of value, even though it's could be difficult to maintain.
Mm-hmm. Nice location.
I think I've only been in it once in the last 30 years or so. I was in it way back when Lasco owned it a couple of times.
Um, well, I guess I would make a motion to deny and to stick with the assessed value.
Okay. I guess based on the fact that he is a tenant, which could call into question the market value of what he paid for it, I'll agree with that. I'll second that motion
Okay.
because they didn't submit any real supporting documentation.
No, it's just that one sheet there.
So motion's been made and seconded to deny the petition. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion's approved 2-0. And the assessed and taxable values remain at $727,800.
Can we have a bathroom break?
Sure. 15 minutes?
How much?
15 minutes? Well, I don't know how much you need, but
I just need 5 minutes.
I got 11:04. We could go to 11:15 and resume.
Okay.
Okay, you just want to make sure you mute your microphones and stop your videos and then come back at 11:15.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, we'll come back into session for the board of review. Ready to deal with petition number 58 from Dax Richer for 815 Pine Street. Parcel number is 0360590. And I guess somewhere in this long correspondence, I thought I saw a request that he be afforded a chance to present to the board of review. But we're not expecting a personal appearance.
No, he did not set anything up.
And see, he's says he's requesting a credit of $2,000 per year for the last 2 years. I don't know what he means by credit, if that's that he wants a credit on his property taxes, or a reduction in the assessed value or taxable value, or what he's trying to describe there.
Yeah, is he saying a credit on his taxes? That's what I kind of assumed.
I think he's trying any route because he's already tried to speak with the manager's office and other departments about this issue, and he hasn't received any
Not
feedback.
gauging down.
Well, yeah, the frustration is is real evident in the letter. I guess I would request that staff forward this letter to Scott Cambenzi and to the manager's office again. But I also, well, I know laws have changed a little bit since I was dealing with these type of problems. And we did deal with a number of these backyard sewers throughout the east part of Marquette. When the health department declared a health emergency, they could designate the city to go in and take corrective action to abate the health nuisance. But when that generally meant that we could go in and repair the sewer on private property, whether the owner wanted us to or not. But when it came to actually forcing people off of these sewers, the legal opinion that the city had back then was that that was a taking and that the city had no power to force them off. It was private property that they had a right to. So I don't know if that's still where the city's stuck or not. I know the DNR has changed their position on it, but that didn't get anywhere while I was serving as public works director either. They tried to say that the city owned the piping inside the walls of condominium buildings and everything else, that because nobody could discharge to a sewer that was not a public sewer directly. That appears to be the position that the DNR representative is still taking, but I know that wasn't getting anywhere back then. Mr. Parent can be a very aggressive DNR individual to deal with. But, I guess we don't really have the authority to do much with this other than to determine whether the easement or encumbrance, Mr. Richard claims there is no easement, but there may still be an implied or a prescribed easement. Other than to determine if that has any negative value on the property as you've currently assessed it. That would be my take on it anyway. Does anybody feel we can go any further than that? Guess not. So it is, let's see. Currently has an assessed value of 140,800. Well, I'm presuming this is the latest one.
It's 166,300 for this year.
166,300 for this year. So that was last year's I was reading, or is it older than that?
Yeah, it's last year's 148,000 is last year's.
You could give me the new one again, 160.
16300. Oh, I'm sorry, 166,300.
Okay. And the taxable last year was 128,306.
Correct.
308.
308.
308.
And all they're requesting is for us to issue them a $2,000 tax credit indefinitely. Is that what?
Well, we can't do it indefinitely anyway.
Yeah. Well, until it's resolved, what he requests.
What is current taxable?
146,358.
So it took a $20,050 jump.
Yes, he had some major new construction there, and he said he wasn't arguing the value or the added new construction.
So all of that big long addition out the back, that's all brand new construction?
Yep.
I mean, is it in our authority to issue a tax credit like this?
Isn't
You only
the
can
tax
deal with
credit-
the, with the assessed value, the taxable value, or the classification.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
That's what I thought. So.
And I do know that that easements can have a negative value on the property. That's an
Okay.
established thing. He says there's no easement, but I think even if he can't find a written record of an easement, doesn't mean that there isn't an easement that exists. I mean, the people obviously had permission to connect through there from some previous property owner.
Mm-hmm.
I take it that he probably wanted to have a different, either a larger addition or a different layout for the addition and couldn't because of the position of these utilities.
He didn't mention that to me at all.
Okay.
Well, being that he's not actually asking us, to change the assessed value, I guess I would make a motion to deny it just on the grounds that we're not, we can't issue a tax credit to him like he's requesting.
Well, I think it would be different terms, but I guess that is what he's requesting, is that we,
Reduce the value so that it
yeah, to reflect,
reflects that. Okay.
but I guess I do question the fact that a couple things in his letter. I mean, he's faulting the city for not making him aware of the utility, or at least the sewer through there. When he did file a Freedom of Information Act request or some type of request for information on the property.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the city was aware of it because they had previously sent letters. But I think he should have been aware of it as well, or at least his co-owner, because previous owner was former Marquette Mayor Tom Baldini, and he spoke publicly about the fact that his neighbor's sewers ran through his yard several times.
Well, what's your take, Steve? What do you think?
Well, if you want to make a motion to deny it, I can, I guess I can. I can support that. I guess I may have a few questions on, well, it's not really comparable to very many other homes over there, so we can't really do much to compare other than land values. Is there any difference in the land value associated with this? I take it it's like a 50 by 150 foot lot versus any of the others along Pine Street?
Yeah, it's 100 by 150.
So here's one right next door, pretty much. And it's 50 feet less in depth at 63,800.
There should be plenty of 50 by 150 foot lots along Pine Street. I guess I'm just wondering what the land value would be, because I can agree that the easement would have, maybe a 10 to 20% reduction in the value of the land. It doesn't really affect the value of the structure at all. And I'm not sure how much are you assigning as value of the land on this one?
72,600.
72,600. So that was a quarter of the value of the entire thing last year then. Before his addition.
You know, the lot, two down at 817 Pine, that's at 72.6. The one at 818, 63.8. I mean, you have to go parcel by parcel to see exactly what size they are.
Yeah. I don't know, Mark, do you want to stick with the denial or do you want to give them a reduction of a small amount on the land value?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was looking at. Something like, well, you said an easement of that. You thought like 10 to 20%.
Well, that, that could be high too. So
Sure.
it does, I don't think we've got any actual, any actual location for the sewer, but the photo that has it drawn in on here indicates that it does prevent quite a bit of the property from being used for structures. Anyway, you can drive over it, but not for structures.
Yeah.
Yeah, something in the neighborhood of 10% anyway, I guess. I don't know, but that's that would be 70,000 or 7,000. I'm not going
Yeah.
with that, and he's not asking for that. So, well, if 2,000 is really meant to be a reduction in value, I don't find it out of line, I guess, if it's just on the land value.
Yep. I can agree with that. So
Okay. The new motion, I guess.
yeah. So are we thinking then with his number of 2,000?
I yeah, I think that would be fine. And I guess I would ask that if we pass this, that when he's notified that the letter actually indicate that we're providing a reduction of $2,000 in the land value to reflect the encumbrance of the utilities, so that we know in the future why, and if this is corrected, that gets reversed.
Yep. That sounds reasonable to me.
Okay, so
his current assessed is 166.
166.3.
So we're looking at 164.3.
I guess so, yes. Moved and seconded to go to 164.3 for the assessed valuation. That's really not going to change his taxable valuation, even if we're lowering land value. Is that correct?
Correct.
So he may find out that this was just an act of frustration too, but
Right.
I think we're trying to react positively to him as best we can. So all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 2-0. The reason being the land encumbrance, I don't know if how that fits your list, if there's a different term on the list or
land value.
I'll type it in as a note and it'll appear on the comment section.
Okay, thank you.
Just be 1 minute.
And again, I guess I'd like to make sure his letter gets forwarded on to the manager's office and Public Works.
Okay.
Might stir up another round of activity. Petition number 59 is one we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I remember her.
Poverty exemption request for 343 East Hewitt Avenue. Parcel number 0361300. I have a question about one of the documents that was in there showing she has a scheduled appointment before the tax tribunal. So in reality, she's appealing our denial from last year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I think, didn't we deny that based on like her asset value, the cars she had?
Well, I think we denied it because there was some inconsistencies in her documentation, especially in relation to the sale of the home in Harvey.
Oh, yeah.
That she had. And the documentation this year does show she had a small capital gain from the sale of that last year. I think every year that we've looked at it, there's been some question about discrepancies in the numbers that she submitted. Don't all seem to make sense. And again, this year, the expenses listed total about $200 more per month than the documented income. But, I guess that leads to a little bit of, the numbers being suspect. But I think she definitely has extremely low income.
Yeah. Yep.
Probably can't afford the taxes. So.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at if that is an accurate number, she does fall into the poverty guidelines.
Am I correct, though, in assuming the city still has not established an actual asset limit?
We adopted what the state said, did we not, Miles?
Adopted the poverty or the income guidelines, but I don't think we were ever furnished, or we were told last year that they hadn't really adopted an asset limit, which I think that was part of our reason last year for denying it too, was the fact that we had nothing to really compare it to. Again, that was an issue that was stressed in this year's border review training, is to make sure that each municipality had adopted both the income guidelines and the asset limits for dealing with poverty exemptions. So I would ask that be followed through with the city commission if they haven't actually adopted something that we haven't seen.
I am looking now to see what we have. Yeah, we have an asset level test. It's a one-page document. If you go on our website, it's on the very left-hand bottom side. It says City of Marquette Asset Level Test for Poverty Exemption.
Well, she listed her estimated total assets at $8,000. Can I presume that that falls well within the limits of that test?
Well, Amanda filled out our sheet, that we have to do the review of it. I think did we send it to you on Thursday or Friday?
I think I've got that where the says to be completed by assessor, board of review only.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And that's, yeah, that's where the $8,000 3 vehicles estimate came from.
Mm-hmm.
And that was me asking her and trying to just Google quickly what they
Value.
might, what they might sell for today
Okay.
without knowing the condition or
Sure.
anything of that sort.
So anyway, if the only cap then is 5 times the annual household income, she's well within that.
Yeah. Um. I guess looking at her income, I mean, I would be this year tempted to say, approve her for a poverty exemption. I don't know how you're feeling on it, Steve.
Yeah, I agree. So I'll support that motion.
Okay.
And there's no further discussion. All in favor signified by saying aye.
What before you do that, what percentage are you granting her?
100%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 100.
100. Okay.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 2-0. And for reason, do we just put poverty exemption as the reason on that?
Yes.
And that lowers both the taxable and assessed values to 0?
Yes.
So Steve,
Yes.
I'll send it to you with everything, but it'll be a separate form for this that I'll need you to just sign full exemption, and then we'll just have you sign it anywhere on that line.
The same form we're looking at here or a different form?
The same.
The worksheet, I mean?
Yeah, the worksheet, just to have that one signed.
Okay. Yeah, there's just the page 2 part. Okay, I think, good time to do maybe one more before lunch.
Yeah.
Gophers Properties, 911 Lakeshore Boulevard. Parcel number 370121. You want us to lower it by about half?
Yeah, that's quite a drop, eh?
Well, I think it has been for sale for a fairly extended amount of time. And I know the last few businesses in there haven't survived very long, but see, we are currently on petition number 60, correct?
Correct.
Now, the sale on this is actually closing in 21, right? That's why we're hearing from the previous property owners now?
Correct. So they're the current property owners, but they have a bill of sale to sell it.
Oh. Perhaps contingent on a low
Perhaps.
value.
What's the parcel number of the one we're working on right now?
0370121.
Okay, thanks.
Trying to find what the proposed sale price is. I'm not seeing it in documents I printed here. I know it was in there somewhere. Can you tell me what this offer is?
410,000.
Yep.
And you're saying the value of the land is 200 and some thousand?
Yeah, it's a nice spot down there.
Yeah, 202,600. Is that the 2020 number? 3/4 of an acre.
I pulled it up on the screen for the 2021 values, Steve, for you.
Okay.
So you can see the land and building.
Well, I'm not even really sure where to read it on the screen.
So here's the land value right here. Can you see my
Oh.
mouse? 586,000.
Okay, I can't access that. I can see land, but that's all I get is,
Oh, your screen is too small?
well, I mean, I can't click on it and get something.
Nope, it should show it right here. Can you see my cursor?
Yeah, I think our cameras are right over all of that. There we go.
Yeah, I can't see it. Cursor's down behind the card, so there. So Acreage is
1.538 acres.
okay. So you're saying that land value itself is 586,000. That's just the land value, or that's the total value?
That's the land value.
And how does that compare with the Emmendorfer property directly next door to the south?
Yeah, well, this is a commercial property.
Yeah, so is the empty land they've got there.
Here's the commercial vacant. 1.002 acres at 190.
90.
That would seem to be a huge difference in two adjacent parcels that they're at least close to the same size.
That's true.
Is the same price per acre standard, I guess, being applied? I know you don't just rate it just on a price per acre, but
What's the other parcel that you had pulled up there, Amanda?
Emmendorfer, let's see.
What's the parcel number?
Hold on, I went to the wrong one.
Yeah.
0370190. It's a half an acre smaller.
But if you were to consider them just vacant parcels, both of them, theirs is much more accessible and probably allows for greater development.
Yeah, this one's at 875 a square foot. And there's some notes about the market conditions of this one.
Market conditions on the Emmendorfer one, or on the
Yeah, on the Emmer, however you pronounce it, Emmerdorf or
Emmendorfer.
okay. Yeah, that one, last time that one sold was in 2005, long time ago. That was 157,000. So it's an old sale.
It just seems like, I don't know, like I say, if you look at them side by side, they'd be very comparable land values.
Yeah, you almost have to look back at all the history of it. You know, why it's, is there any contamination? Where are the utilities? Where are they located? I mean, it's not as simple as just looking at the assessed. You have to do the history.
Yeah. Well, 410,000 seems a little low for the location.
Yeah, with the building on there and everything, I kind of agree.
But let's see, we've got it at 800 and almost 813,000. That does seem awfully high too, especially for the condition of the building. I think it's been vacant for 2 to 3 years again.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think he's talked a little bit maybe about demoing it or just using that building for storage.
Yeah, so they're
What
talking
did the,
about
Amanda,
probably putting more condos on the property.
I'm sorry.
What did the vet place sell for just down the street?
Oh, yeah,
This one with a VIN. So that one sold for 205.75.
How big is the lot?
Quarters of an acre.
Okay, so, and when it sold for what?
Half.
205.
So like 410,000 is the, as a comparison, you know, a little more than that. So say 420.
For the land. Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
About 420 for the land if you do apples to apples.
Yeah, and I know the land values over at Picnic Rocks Point, they're quite high too. So
Mm-hmm.
like I say, if they're not really interested in opening a restaurant here, they're probably going to put more condos on this one.
Apartment buildings, I think.
Whatever, yeah. So
Pricey ones, probably.
like I say, I think the 410 is too low, but I don't know how high it should go.
What do you think of, splitting the difference with them, saying a true cash value of maybe 600,000?
That would say the building's worth about 200,000, which I don't know how deteriorated it is, but it's worth at least that, I guess. Yeah. So I don't know. How about 650? Do you like 650?
I like 650. It's a nice spot down there, right by the lake. So I'd make a motion to set the true cash value at 650.
Not true cash, but because we're half the assessed value at 650.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. The opposite. The opposite. You're raising it. So the true cash at 650 and the assessed at 325.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yep, assessed at 325. Yes.
325. Which at this point does not change the tentative. Yes, it does change the tentative taxable value.
No.
No.
No, it does not. Okay, you're right. Getting confused here.
So just before we break for lunch here, it's been recommended that we just stop our video and stop our audio versus logging off and then trying to log back in so you don't have any technical difficulties.
Sounds like a good idea.
I agree.
Are we are we doing this
I
one?
logged on last night and have been connected ever since.
Is this market value the reason?
Yeah.
Okay. Moved and seconded to change the 2021 assessed value to 325,000 and to leave the 2021 taxable value at 239,473. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 2-0. And with that, I think we can recess until 1:30. Then we will come back and take up petition number 61.
Sounds like a plan.
You then.
Yep. See you then, guys.
Hey, Amanda, I'm going to ask you to read off the parcel number and the petition number for all of them, so I don't have to call them up on the screen.
Okay.
We should be at 61.
Yes.
Oh, well.
What letter would we be? What letter is 61? Do we know?
I think it's going to be F. Yep.
F as in Frank?
Frank.
Okay, I have 1:30, so we will call the meeting back to order. Our next petition was number 61 from Dale Ton, parcel 04020000, requesting a disabled veterans exemption on 1026 High Street.
That one looks pretty straightforward. Hey, Steve?
It does, yes. So I think we can go ahead and approve that.
Yeah, yep. I would make a motion to approve his exemption on the veteran for the veteran status.
Okay, moved and I'll second to change the assessed and taxable values for 1026 High Street to 0 for 2021. In response to a disabled veterans exemption approval. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved 2-0. And we ready for petition 62?
Just give me 1 minute here. Okay, got all the paperwork entered. Go ahead.
Okay, moving on to petition 62. It's for parcel 0410-200. Petition from Carol Papaleo for a disabled veterans exemption at 1112 Presque Isle Avenue.
So it looks like her husband passed away.
Yes,
So then does that extend on to her then?
it does, yes.
Okay. Well, in that case, that one's pretty straightforward too, hey?
Correct.
I would, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second, moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the assessed and taxable values for 2021 are changed to 0 in response to an approved disabled veterans exemption.
I'm gonna go back to that last one just to make sure I check the right box here. Okay.
You all set then, Miles?
Yes.
Okay, petition number 63, not quite so easy. With
Yeah.
parcel number 0600-230 at 805 West K. Petition from William Maynard and Mary Talio protesting both the assessed and taxable values. Seems like we've done this property in the last year or two as well. Thought it was before us.
2019.
2019, okay. Memory's not totally gone.
So. So the assessed value went up 3,800, okay?
Well, basically, I think his issue is with the fact that he had an appraisal done in August that at least on the cover gave an opinion value of 334,000. You know, he said he could make the rest of it available upon request, but he didn't furnish anything other than just the cover page. Which doesn't give us a lot of support for their number, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, it looks like a very large house and
Mm-hmm.
it's been, well, it's been a while since it was remodeled, but I mean, I think that whole second story over the garage was added sometime after 2000. Thereabouts.
Pool out back? Is that a pool?
Nope.
Nope, just a carpet.
Well, it's valued a little lower than mine, and I think mine's too high, but I can't really come and protest because there'd be nobody to listen.
I'd listen, Steve.
Yeah, but you can't vote on it.
I just said I'd listen.
It's not off by much, I'd say, if any. I'm not so sure that 334 is really valid. I wish we had a little bit more to back that up. Let's see, we've got it at 378. I'm reading that correct?
Yes.
Somewhere in the it's worth at least 350, maybe a little more.
Yeah, going off their appraisal, hey, they'd be hoping for an assessed value of like 167,000, hey.
Yes.
What's that 189?
Mark, what do you think about a number somewhere between 175 and 180?
Yeah, I think that would be good. I think I'd be willing to say like 175, I think even.
Okay.
Kind of splits the difference a little.
Can you tell us what we did with it in 2019?
Assessed value of 175 in 2019.
I didn't know what it was before, Miles.
You have to go into the detail.
Oh, it was 178.8.
Okay, so this is an even bigger adjustment than we gave back then, but
178.8. Hey.
well, that's what assessing had it. We lowered it to 175. Seems like we
Well,
should think it has more value than we did in 2019. So
yeah, I would think so too. What about reverting to that 178.8 then?
I guess I can go along with that. I'll second that motion. Any further discussion?
Not for me.
Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that's more on market conditions than on anything else.
Yeah.
$178.8 is what we
Settled on, I think. Yep.
settled on, which in this case will not change the taxable value then. So motion is approved to change the assessed value to 178,800 and leave the taxable value at 154,015 on parcel 0600230805 West K. And that brings us to, oops.
Randall
I think I'm going to need a new binder for next meeting. This one, the rings don't stay closed on very well. Keep popping open on me. Petition number 64. From James Hershey.
And it's actually Brenda would be claiming it because James passed away.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, so that looks like another pretty straightforward one. Hey, Steve.
What's the parcel number?
1140130. Address is 1313 North Bay Court. And they are looking for a disabled veterans exemption.
I'd make a motion to approve the veterans exemption.
I'll second that. All in favor of signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion is approved and the assessed and taxable values are changed to 0 for 2021 based on approved veterans exemption. Petition number 65.
Give me about 1 minute here to do the paperwork.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, petition number 65 is on personal property parcel 9630331, owned by Beckman Coulter Incorporated. And they have filed a revised personal property statement for, looks like material or laboratory equipment that they leased to the hospital. So we're just being asked to approve the value in the new filing, which would just try to change here, which would change the assessed and taxable values from 128,000 to 215,935.
215,935.
Yes.
Well, I would make a motion to approve unless you have any kind of comments there, Steve.
Not really. They're admitting they got a lot more leased out than what we thought. The last statements.
Yep.
I will second your motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion is approved. And that will change their assessed and taxable based on a late personal property filing.
Okay, the next one is Marquette Mountain.
Yes.
So what happened is they actually filed, they sent an email asking to rescind their petition. But obviously they've got a whole lot more equipment than 67,000 in assessed. And so even though they filed a motion to rescind, we are going to ask the Board of Review to change their assessment to what they actually sent in, their actual filing. And then we'll send them that. And then if they want to appeal, they can go ahead and do that.
Well, should they have two separate tax accounts here? I noticed they're referring to some of the property belonging to Marquette Mountain Resort LLC and some of it belonging to, well, they had a different name, Marquette Mountain something properties. Properties.
We just had their name wrong. And that was just a change that they asked us to change the name to the resort. We just had it under Marquette Mountain.
Yeah, but they're saying some of the property, some of the personal property and the land belong to Marquette Mountain Properties. The rest of the personal property belongs to Marquette Mountain Resort. This is on a email to Christina dated March 3rd.
I thought they'd said only one company owned. Where was that?
I don't know, Christina, did you? I don't see that anywhere.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It says Marquette Mountain Properties is just the land, and the real estate bill will go to them. Personal property would be Marquette Mountain Resort. So I believe it was just correcting the name on this parcel to Marquette Mountain Resort.
Okay, so that 37,000 or whatever the number was isn't personal property that's directly affixed to the land and stays with the land. That's just one that they are revising to the newer number.
I think you're being confused with real and personal. So the real property is under Marquette Mountain. And then the personal is under Marquette Mountain Resort.
Yeah, I thought they were just saying that the smaller amount of personal or whatever.
No, I think they just like the number we estimated, and like this number. So,
Okay.
and
Well, I'd make a motion to approve changing the assessed value to $893,002.
That number again, please, Mark.
It's $893,002.
Okay, I will second that motion. And that's still based on a late personal property filing, then, right?
Late fine.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved. Just out of curiosity on that last one, the leftover or the 37,000 that they were on the books for, was that from their previous statement prior year, or Is that left over from when Otavero owned it or what?
The estimated amount is the 67,000? Is that what? Or this, what number?
I don't know, I got too many numbers in front of me, but the one we're changing it from,
I didn't see the. Oh, there I see renovations to T-bar.
The paperwork showing from 67,000 to the new number, 893,000. The 67,000 was just an estimated number that we gave them this year.
oh, okay,
And then they filed their actual statement late. And that's where the 893,000 comes from. Did that answer your question?
yes, I think so. I was just wondering where that much of a discrepancy came in. Okay. Next petition number 67. Parcel number 9651290.
Another late filing, hey?
This is from Orthopedic Surgery Associates of Marquette. And
Looking to claim for a higher value of their property.
yeah, changing from 365,000 to the new reported number is 426,592.
I'll make a motion to approve their petition.
I will second that. If there's no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved based on a late filing to accept the revised assessed and taxable property values as 426,592.
What's the number that they're asking to get changed to based on the filing?
400.
That was the one that I read, the 400 and
426,592.
yes.
Yeah, that was the 965-1290. I was on the next one.
Oh, we're on to the next one. Looks
Oh.
like for the next one, is it 218,951?
The Iron Bay.
Yes, petition number 68 is Iron Bay Restaurant LLC. Parcel number 9670346 at 105 East Washington. And
I don't see the sheet.
Yeah, I don't see any number written in there showing what it's being revised to.
Either do I. Let me see here what happened.
Are we on, is it petition the number N or letter N rather?
yes,
So,
That's where I was looking at, that 218,000.
so the number is going to be 67,875. I
What
think.
is it going to be?
Hold on.
Okay.
I believe it's going to be, I want to do this one more time. 67,875.
yeah, I think the number you're looking at, Mark, is, well, first of all, that's
Oh,
the cash value for
okay.
a portion of it, but I don't think that's
That doesn't,
for all
yeah.
the adjustments and things.
Okay.
It doesn't include depreciation. I, for some reason, didn't have that sheet in there for you. But it's going to be 67,875.
Okay.
Okay, so would you like to make a motion on that amount?
Yep, I'll make a motion to approve on that amount.
Okay, moved and seconded to change the assessed and taxable values of the personal property on account 9670346 to $67,875. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved 2-0. And again, that's based on a late filing.
So the next one, they just filed a 5076. Is that correct?
He's just claiming an exemption based on small business.
Yep, looks like they never filed that before. The 5076, so they wanted us to accept that late filing.
Well, I would make a motion to accept the late filing.
Okay. Motion to accept the late filing, approving a small business personal property exemption for back in balance at 122 North Third Street, parcel 9671439. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion's approved 2-0.
Original stuff, so we put this with the Iron Bay.
Yes.
Okay, you did have her on at 0 before though, correct?
They were at 0, but now we'll have their 5076 and they won't have to file anymore.
Okay. Believe we're on petition number 70.
And this is the same situation. They didn't have any value, but never filed a 5076 before.
We have two from Coca-Cola. Should we change the order here a little bit and deal with them both together?
You have to deal with each one separately.
Well, separate, yeah, separate votes, but consecutively, I guess is what I meant. And I
have all my stuff in order. I guess I'd
Okay.
prefer just to keep
we'll do
going.
it that. Yeah, we'll do it the order we're in. I guess they were on for substantial amount in the past. I'm wondering why it dropped to 0.
Not the first one, not the 91907. It's always been 0.
Okay.
That one's always been 0.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, then I will make a motion to approve the
Gotta get some numbers written in here.
Sure.
On this one, all we're doing is accepting the late filing, then there's no actual change in values.
Right, we're accepting the 5076 form because once you file that one time, then you don't need to file and you don't have to worry about being estimated then in future years.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and I'll second to accept the late filing of the 5076 form, allowing assessed and taxable values of 0. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion's approved 2-0. Petition number 71 is on parcel number 9671941. And the personal property late filing by PI Tower Development Company. For the cell tower at Holy Cross Cemetery. Now, is this the total tax on their installation out there? There was something on the filing about portion of things being billed with the real property. And I know the cell tower that I negotiated the contract with when I was in Chockley, it was on Chockley Township property, but the township had to pay the tax bill and then seek reimbursement from the tower company. I guess I'm wondering how it works here.
We're going to audit these people in this year. I don't believe that the values stated are accurate. We sent them an additional form. They put the same information on that they put on their personal property statement. But obviously, there's something wrong, because when you have a tower, all the personal property that goes along with that, the fence, all the utilities, obviously I can't discuss what their filing is because it's being broadcast, but we are going to audit them in 2021. The land itself is tax exempt because it's a cemetery, so they do not get a tax bill. So I guess that's probably as much as I should say.
Well, I guess that's why I'm bringing it up, is I figured the land wasn't getting a tax bill, and they're saying some of the value is being billed on the real property taxes, and there is no real property tax bill unless there's a special one being sent just for their improvements on that property.
Nope, it's leased land. It should all be reported on the form. I don't believe it is.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, all we're doing is accepting a
Right.
revised late filing.
Correct.
Well, in that case, I will motion to approve acceptance of the late filing.
That late filing does change the assessed and taxable value from 94,000 to 28,776. And I will second your motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved 2-0. I realize there is no building associated with this, but there is a very large galvanized metal monopole. Like you said, a fence and a number of racks of switch gear and electronics. Does seem to be incorrect.
It doesn't match up with the other values of any other tower I've ever seen.
Petition number 72. Again, is the Coca-Cola Company. It is for personal property tax parcel 9671965. And we're being asked to again accept a 5076 form. It's being filed late. Yes, is this just because they're, I guess, the values of smaller amounts, just their equipment is getting older and maybe they're losing a few installations for their leases, or?
Well, the true cash value is less than the 80,000. And so the Coca-Cola Company, they could probably have one account. I'm not sure why they have two, but they're stating that their equipment that they have here in the city limits is less than the 80,000. And they want to file their 5076.
That's why I was wondering if they had more than two accounts, because it doesn't seem like very much for the number of places that have dispensers.
Yeah, that's kind of what I would think too.
Yeah, it's supposed to, what people may not understand is that it's all of the equipment located in all of the locations that they have within the city, owned or controlled by that entity. So they could have 6 or 7 different accounts, but they have to, in order to meet the 80,000, they have to have under the 80,000 for all of the accounts combined, not just place by place.
Mm-hmm.
So if one of them, if they have 4 of them and they're over the 80,000, they have to report all of them.
Well, that's what I thought. And I mean, I presume this includes outdoor vending machines, indoor vending machines, syrup dispensers, mixing dispensers, the tanks, the whole bit.
Yep.
And sure does not seem to match what you see around town.
Yeah, that's got to be more than that, I would think.
Unless, like I say, unless they're not reinvesting in anything, and I presume all that equipment has a fairly short depreciation life, but it's, I guess we still have to go by their filing, but this one looks somewhat suspicious.
Yeah, we can put them on the audit list. I'll make a note.
Do you want me to write it in the flag, Miles, like the tower? I wrote.
Yep, yep, put it in the audit, thanks.
Well, no, knowing then that they'll be audited, I would I'll motion to approve the filing of the 5076, the late filing.
I will second that. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved 2-0. I guess just by way of comparison, what does the Pepsi-Cola company indicate they have in personal property in the city?
That'd be interesting to see.
One is on for, well, one is a reference. Yeah, they're down for 0 as well.
Well, unless they've got a subsidiary of some kind that owns and leases the machines or something, that does seem suspect.
Seems low.
Petition number 73.
Another late filing.
Well, again, they're looking for the small business exemption as well.
Mm-hmm. I don't see anything other assessed value here.
They're saying they're tax exempt anyway, and this is the route that they went.
Tax exempt because all they sell is used material, or what?
All public government agency.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. North Care Network.
Because they're a mental health entity.
That's just what they told me.
Okay.
That's all I got for you.
This is parcel 9671992. Well, they're just asking us to accept the late exemption. Do you have a motion, Mark?
Yeah, I would make a motion to accept the late filing. I'm sorry.
I will second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And that changes. Assess the taxable values to 0 on parcel 9671992. Petition number 74. This is for the Emporium featuring vintage vinyl.
It's a new business this year.
Okay.
And it's parcel 9672027.
I'd make a motion to accept their late filing. Once you're ready there, Steve.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 2-0. And their assessed and taxable values are set at 0 by reason of late filed small business exemption.
Okay, give me a minute to catch up here. Okay.
Okay, petition number 75 is from Forefront Management LLC for their office at 1007 Harbor Hills Drive, parcel number 9671628.
What is the letter that you have on this one?
Oh, the petition letter was W.
W, okay.
And it is to accept the late filing, but I'm looking for the revised value. Get that? I don't think we got that.
Some of these I wasn't here or didn't know.
Okay, here we are.
This one is going to go to 56,356.
And what is it currently?
63,000.
3,000 even? Okay. Need a motion to accept the late filing that reduces the assessed and taxable values on personal property to 56,356.
I'll make a motion to accept the late file.
I will second that. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 2-0.
All right.
Okay, petition number 76. Again, is from Forefront Management LLC. This is for their office at 1414 West Fair. And again, a late filing, but I don't think we have the new numbers to put in on this one either.
What's the parcel number?
9671689.
Thank you. And what letter is this?
This was
Oh,
X.
What is it?
X.
X?
infamous X.
See if I can find the paperwork here.
So this one's going to go to 10,833.
You have the current one.
What the value was from?
Yes.
Okay. It was 9,800.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We ready for a motion on this one?
Yeah. So make a motion to accept the late filing.
I will second that. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes 2-0 to change the assessed and taxable value on 967-1689 to $10,833. Time for another one before our 3 o'clock.
I need a minute.
Christina, can you email me the current list that they're on, that from X on?
Yes. Okay, Miles, I just sent that to you. Let me know if that's what you needed.
Hey, 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 hey.
So that one is just before the 3 o'clock. No, that's the 9 o'clock.
So you'll need to go to page 17 on that PDF to get to petition X.
Okay, good, thank you.
You're very welcome. And then you have the email from this morning around 8:30. It's for the last few that came in.
I hope so. I'll find out when we get there.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, are we ready for 77 yet?
Amanda, you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, number 77 is from Northern Michigan University for parcel 0460231 at 1835 Van Evra. And I believe what they are, it's not checked off, but I believe what they are protesting is the classification.
Actually, they sent us an exemption request for the parcel, but it's now being used by NMU. And between personnel changes, we just missed it. And so what we're asking you to do is to make them exempt.
Okay,
Alrighty.
that's the form the motion should take, is to just approve an exemption for this property as state owned.
As NMU owned, correct.
Okay,
Okay. Well, I will make a motion then to approve their exemption.
I will second that, and all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, I gotta print up some forms here. I'll let you know when I'm done.
Motion is approved as showing the values as 0 to the university ownership.
I see our 3 o'clock is in the waiting room, just an FYI.
Well, we can probably deal with them before we get to 78. Is that going to make them 78 or?
Yes, that would make them 78.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, this is Andrew Tonka and Amy Winslow.
Correct. For 2005 Jenny Lane, parcel number 0920070. And I will let him in here in just a second. Are you guys ready?
Yes, you can go ahead and allow them in. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Board of Review. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh,
I don't think you could hear.
hello. Hmm.
Andrew, can you hear us? Oh, he's getting it to the wife, you know.
Okay, there's audio, I think. There we go.
Okay.
There you go.
Here we go.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Remember you from last time.
We have established a 5-minute presentation time for petitioners this year because it's online. And we would ask you to use that time to let us know any additional information other than what you sent in that would help us to reevaluate the assessment on your property.
Well, okay. Well, hello. I just want to start off by saying I realized that this year I combined a lot, so I see why the number went up that way. But you know, we had done this before a couple years ago when the power plant was first built. They've done some things to it, but well, let's just start with. So I paid for this house and the lot $256,000. That was what, 5 years ago, and right now you have the place valued at $341,400. I don't see how the value has gone up when the only thing that's happened is things that, I mean, I understand interest or appreciation, but that power plant going in there has deeply affected the quality of life. I could go, if we had time, and I'd go on the deck with a bottle or a glass of water and you could watch it shake, especially in the summertime. In the bathroom, everything on the west side of the house, like we don't sleep in past 7 when they kick it in the summertime during full use. It literally is it's not everybody over here. It's actually gotten better for a lot of people with the sound, but where we're at, the radiator, the harmonic balancing on this end they can't fix anything. You can talk to Tom Carpenter. I've called him many times, and we're not rude or anything, but he's just like, I don't know what else to do. He goes, you know, they insulated the building and everything, but it is being outside, it's a very irritating noise that it just doesn't stop. I mean, our neighbors to the north, Stephen Kerr Matson, they also complain about what they've done is they have a house on Big Bass Lake in Gwin. They haven't lived here for 4 years. He retired, and they're putting their house for sale. Mark Ranta, if you look at, he's put his house for sale also, changes his mind every week, but his house is for sale. And we are the 3 that, if you ask, I mean, like I said, I've talked to Tom multiple times. This is the area that they can't get the decibel level to change because it's the radiator on the backside is so not so much the building anymore. Whereas everyone up on the bluff and stuff before they retrofitted the building, they were getting the noise too, but they weren't getting the low voltage vibration noise like we are. Our master bedroom, the window actually pulsates and shakes, and so does the living room one. It, like you said, you literally put your hand on it, it's like a T-Rex in Jurassic Park. I mean, that's what it. I mean, it's not funny, but it's funny. And you know, I realize the whole concept of what that power plant was for. It's a good thing, but it, you know, I mean, I don't understand why it wasn't put in like the sand pit or something where the sand could have absorbed some of this stuff, where they had to put it right next to the building in our backyard. It, you know, I go to work for 6:30, and then, you know, every morning it wakes my wife up. We have newborn kids, so I mean, sleeping in the weekend past 7 it's kind of a nice novelty. I mean, and like I said, I appreciate them trying and everything, but we've had the sound meter in our backyard right from when they started the project, and they just cannot fix our area. Like I said, if anyone that has, I've run heavy equipment my whole life, so maybe my hearing isn't, you know, I can somewhat dealing with it, but my wife literally has to sleep with earplugs in. It, you know, like I said, it's not anybody in this room's or meeting's fault or anything. It's just something that, you know, it's only fair that we should get some sort of a reprieve because of it.
How many hours a day do they typically run that now?
It's about, I'm guessing 11 to 12 at nighttime. It's not as bad, but they fire it up first thing in the morning. Summer it's ridiculous. The snow in the wintertime will help a little bit. It's not as bad. But like right now, before you guys even came here on, I was just in the bathroom trying to record with my phone to see if it, you know, what my naked ear can hear, to where if I could play it for you, but it doesn't reflect as well through the phone. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I wanted to show you guys exactly how it was. I give a good example, but if you were in my house right now and you walked in there, you could plainly say see it, but trying to record it through your phone to show you, it doesn't portray the same way. You know, like I said, I just feel like if anything would be somewhat fair would be is what I bought the house and lot for, just tax me at that. I mean, you know, granted, I understand the city wanting their income and all that, but at least that's what I paid for the place, you know, and then I'm getting a little bit of at least, I mean, like I said, I'm not going to sleep as well, but at least I get a little reprieve for the defects that I've come in contact to without, you know, any doing of myself or anybody in that room. I mean, it was people above us that made these decisions, and it wasn't like they, you know, everything they were taught or showed was it was going to work. You know, you go with the one on 492, that one was everything that this one has defects with, that one was improved. You can't hear that one. And I've heard people on Wright Street say, oh, we can't hear it, this and that. Well, they can't as much. If you were to go from them, I mean, we've walked around, take a bike behind the BLP in the summer, go for a walk down the strip back in the woods. I mean, it is loud. I'm not making this up. It's extremely loud where the exhaust and that radiator is. It literally on that, you know, where that strip power line that goes across that feeds the subdivision right there. If you walk in that trail in the woods, right, I mean, there's no mistaking what's going on. And it just happens that it is all funneled at basically my house and behind. And I don't know what you guys think, but it just seems only fair to somehow get compensated or not penalized for it.
I know in their public statements, they indicated they were going to revise the exhaust to totally discharge to the north. Apparently it discharged outwardly before, and in order to deal with most of the complaints, they were going to discharge it all to the north. I'm not sure why they can't perhaps direct it more upward, but
I know. Yeah, and like I said, they're good people to deal with and stuff. They're scratching their heads. They want to fix it too. They can't.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff they bought, they've tried everything. Like I said, during the summer, I'd welcome all of you. Just take a walk back there in peak hours. It's
Yeah.
okay. Anything else you want to add? Or?
No, I mean, as you can tell on their new building that they've added onto it, have you noticed how it's got all the soundboard around it?
Well, I know it's still kind of wrapped in Visqueen, but yeah.
Yeah, but if you go look at it, that orange soundboard that they put around that, I mean, there's a reason they did that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So.
Okay, well, if you have nothing else to add, we will take your input into consideration. We'll review whatever information we've got here when we get to reevaluating your assessment, and you will be notified within 30 days in writing of our decision.
Okay, I wanted to know if any of them, like I said, I've talked to my neighbors and stuff too, but the ones right next to me here, both of them are semi-retired and are staying at one's at their cottage, the other one's staying at the Vegas house. So they're both ready to move on, and they don't really want to push it because then they don't want it for selling purposes. So that's why I'm kind of flying alone. Everyone else is basically retiring, and so.
Thank you for that information.
Okay, well, I appreciate it.
Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Well, I do a lot of walking in the neighborhood. I haven't really been back there during the day. But I don't really doubt that after DLP said they were going to discharge the exhaust in that direction, that it really does make a difference. So.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him.
So we take that one up, that'll become petition number 78. And the parcel number was 0920070. And do we have a reason of environmental conditions? Do I recall that correctly? Is that what you're looking for, Miles?
Yeah, no, we don't have that in we have a neighborhood conditions.
Okay.
But
Seems like it would cover it.
yeah.
Yeah, like I say, I know we we did make adjustments out there previously for this noise.
Yeah, I don't think his request was unreasonable.
No, but on his petition, he estimated 250, and this time he said he'd be willing to go 256.
Yeah.
And he did come to the board of review in 2019 for the same thing.
Yeah.
It went from 157.7 that year down to 137, or 137, 138.
Okay, does all of that adjustment kind of disappear with the reassessment that was done out in this neighborhood?
No.
No, it stays.
And Miles, how much did you add? Do you know because he combined his vacant lot onto this lot? Do you know how much that added in value?
Should have been, if you look on the screen, it should be down as new.
Let's look here.
And then you see where it has the,
Oh, 23,000.
yeah.
Do you have a full 70-foot wide vacant lot there too?
I'll share my screen with you guys. So 70 by 130. And then they added on the 92 by 130. So their lot is extra large because it's 2 lots now. They combined it.
But he does still have a buildable lot besides the house. If he were to separate them again anyway. So.
Correct.
Well, I would say that 256 is at least a minimum anyway.
Yeah.
You want to go any higher than that or not?
I mean, I'm okay with that number. I can kind of understand his frustration.
It will be interesting to find out if those other 2 properties sell or to anybody other than the BLP.
Yeah.
They had a habit of buying up all the properties around their Shira steam plant that registered complaints. So.
Yeah, most of the time around the country, airports will retrofit everybody's house within the flight path, and they'll acquire a aviation easement for height, and they'll also go in and retrofit all the windows so that your windows do not rattle, and it's in their noise abatement. Now that doesn't prevent, that doesn't allow you the option of opening up your windows, but that totally does away with any outside sound because they put the kind of windows in where the jet engines do not, you can't hear it. It's much better than even a car going down the street. You're not going to hear anything.
Well, that's the thing. I think his is, if I recall correctly, it's probably the first house that was built along that stretch. And it's surprising. There's one that's a little closer to the radiators at the south end of the street, the Flax house, but that's a much higher quality house, I'd say, brick exterior and everything. And he's a builder, so probably built it with a higher quality, and they're not in here at this point complaining. And then there's one that's at the north end of the street that's a little bit even more in line with the radiator than Mr. Tonka's, and that's a newer home, I think much bigger and whatever, and they're not here. So
Yeah, I mean, if it's vibrating the windows, obviously you've got some major decibels.
Yeah. Were you gonna go with a motion, Mark?
Yep. Yep. I'll make a motion to go with his proposed value of 256.
Okay, that would be,
He
One-
bought it for 257.5.
He bought it for 257.5.
okay, and then he says he added 6,000 more in for the vacant lot. So that brings it up to 263.5.
263.5 with the vacant lot he has in there.
How about 265 is a nice round number? We gotta
That
divide
sounds like
that.
That
We
sounds like
gotta
a pretty round number to me.
We gotta divide that in half though, so we'd be looking.
Yep. So what, 132.5?
132.5.
Okay. I'll make a motion then to change the the assessed value to 132.5.
I will second that.
And you want the reason to be neighborhood conditions?
Yes.
Gotta print some forms here.
Okay, and that will change his taxable value to 132.5 also. So all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion is approved 2-0.
I'm gonna take a 10-minute break or so and before you continue on with the next ones.
That'd be great.
Thank you. That'd be great.
In recess.
Okay,
So-
come back at 3:25.
Okay.
Okay. All right, 3:25.
Interestingly, while we were having the discussion with Mr. Tonka, my son, who was an operator at the power plant out there, was in the other room here visiting. So we are currently at petition number 79 from EQ Muffler Shop, parcel number 9640337. And I take it this is just because they went out of business.
Correct.
So, a motion to bring their taxable and assessed values to zero because they have ceased operations.
I will make such a motion.
I will second that. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 2-0. Here, we made it all the way through the alphabet once.
Give me a minute to do the forms here. Okay.
Okay, petition number 80 is for personal property parcel 9630227.
And the value's not on that one, but it's going to go to 43,422.
What is it again?
43,422.
That's for his personal property there.
Correct.
I'm not sure who the actual owner is, Mr. Scheit, Sweet Lorraine, or Baby Cakes. And we are accepting this as a late filing.
Yep. Seems a little low too, but I'll make a motion to accept the late filing.
I will second that. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved 2-0 to set the assessed and taxable values for personal property on account 9630227 at $43,422 each.
All right, the next one is Naquamanon Trails.
And they are requesting a change in classification again, is it? Or an exemption as a nonprofit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I went through all of their required filings and determined that they did meet the eligibility to be a nonprofit charitable organization. So our suggestion is to grant their exemption status and change them to an exempt parcel.
Yeah, I will make a motion then to approve their exemption based on their nonprofit status.
And I will second that motion, which will change assessed and taxable values on the property 0. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 2-0. I understand there is another qualification. It can't be just owned by a nonprofit. It has to be used in for some greater good or public purpose or something like that.
Yeah, if you're dealing with simply the question of, is it a charitable, benevolent nonprofit? We have a number of forms and they have to meet a 4-part test. And so I guess that's a short answer to a 4-hour discussion.
Well, I guess I bring it up because I understand there's been a recent tax tribunal hearing regarding the Nature Conservancy property within Michigami Township that has been dragging on for some time.
Yeah, there's a one up in Houghton as well that it's really complex. I mean, it's how people are accessing the property, who's allowed to access the property, who's not allowed, and depending upon which side of the coin you want to look at, depends upon how you interpret it. So.
Okay, thank you. And our next petition, which will be 82.
I just need to do a little more paperwork on this one.
Well, this one I'll check too.
Okay.
Okay, the petition is for parcel 04-10790 at 330 West Magnetic Street. It's from Gary and Kathy Starrett. And they apparently bought 3 of these empty lots from the hospital, all within the same block. 2 of them are 50 by 150 and one is 50 by 100. And yet they feel they're all assessed at the same price. The smaller lot should be assessed at a smaller value. Other than yard space, they all have the same utility, correct? You can put the house on each one and basically have the same value, so.
Yeah, this one is 50 by 150.
But it's not.
It's not?
Mm-mm. I'll pull up the map. It's 50 by 100 and we have it in the system wrong.
Okay.
I'll share this map with you when it comes up. And our map, of course, is not updated yet with the split, but you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. So right here's 420, but that's split. If you can see my pen there, it comes down right here.
Okay.
But this 332 address, they have this L-shaped right here. So they take 50 feet. I'll measure it, you know, that they take off.
Well, this is supposed to be 330, not 420.
Yes, the map isn't going to be updated yet per the split, but you can see that it does take off 50 feet right here. And this is where that parcel would lay.
I thought it backed up to the blood bank.
So here's 326. And then they bought this parcel right here, and then they bought this parcel right here. Is that correct? Does that look right, Miles?
I wouldn't want to say right off the top of my head until I saw the legal description and the split. But they are saying that what they purchased is 33% smaller.
Mm-hmm.
So if the assessing record saying it's 50 by 150 is wrong, and it should only be 50 by 100, then they're not going to have as much depth. They'll have the same frontage, but not as much depth. So what are they saying that they think that the assessment should be here?
20,000.
20, they don't say, do they?
Yeah, they said the owner's estimate of true cash value at $27,500. I don't know how they came up with that one, but
oh, I see right here. Okay.
That's what they filled in.
What's that?
I don't know if they paid 30,000 or something a lot to the hospital or what? But
They purchased 3 parcels for 111,000.
So they purchased this right here, 324 Magnetic.
which is
Then-
now a vacant lot, correct?
Yes. And then somebody else bought this one, 326. And then they bought 328. Yep, so this will be 328, I assume. And
And
then
that's also vacant currently?
correct. And then this is supposed to be 330.
Well, being that they're all vacant lots right now, I can see why they would say, they think that one should be valued a little less.
It isn't a full 33% less though. Is it? Like you said, you're not just using the square footage itself to value it. That's just one of the factors, correct?
We just have we look at the lots, if in that area, if they're 50 by 150, we have a flat value with them at $41,200. So personally, I don't have a problem with their $27,500. But to answer your question, that's how we came up with the values. If they're all 50 by 150, got them all at $41,200.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering also if the new land development code, maybe you can't answer this, but under the old zoning ordinance, if you had 2 adjacent 50-foot lots under the same ownership, you couldn't split them.
Yeah, the hospital, when they were going to divide all these parcels, and they've sold off a lot of them. So we started with them over a year ago with this, as they have been liquidating their lots over there. We did not require them to get a land division if they did not change the legal description that was originally in the deed. If they changed the legal description that was in the original deed, then we said that they had to have a land division because they were changing the description. So when they sold off all these different lots, they simply sold them off as they had acquired them. And over time, way before my time here, they must have asked to have all those lots combined. And so now they're selling them off individually or in pieces. And by pieces, I mean not just one lot, say 2 lots or 3 lots at a time. But so far, they haven't had to have any land divisions because the original deeds as to how they acquired them have not been changed. It's the same legal description. And so we said, you don't need to have a land division because you're not changing anything from what you acquired originally.
Okay, so the Starretts could turn around and sell each of these individually for individual building lots yet.
Well, we don't do zoning, so I can't tell you what planning and zoning would say. And that's why we always, when we have a request to divide property, we work with Andrea Landers and to make sure that they meet the zoning requirements. But from a division standpoint, I can tell you that we haven't had to have any land splits yet because they're simply selling off what they're original deed said before everything was combined.
Well, so I don't know what the new language is, but based on what the goals were in rewriting the ordinance, I would tend to believe that the city probably addressed that. If they didn't, they probably will address it in the future to allow for lots of record to be split and used individually. But if you feel that the 27.5 is a reasonable price for that lot in comparison with 41, you say 41.2 was your?
41.2 was the base, right?
Yeah, I would make a motion to accept their petition at that value.
Okay, I will second that. Is the reason going to be correcting a dimensional error, or?
Yeah, I could see. We could call it a, I don't want to call it a clerical error, because then it's just going to draw a red flag, because you can't correct clerical errors or mutual mistakes of facts at the March board review. So I'll add a edited record, and I'll say why don't we just choose other?
Okay. The motion is to change the assessed and taxable values from 20,600 to 13,750 on parcel 0410790 for reasons pointed out by the owners. Other. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 2-0.
A little paperwork.
I'm going to email you all because we'll have time. I have 2 more petitions after this next one. So I'm going to forward 2 more to you.
Okay.
Okay, I have 2 more to act on here already.
Yep. This one for Stang. Is that what you're looking at right now?
Yes, Stang and Martin Steindler.
I don't have the Martin Steindler one.
Yeah, I have that one too. DD and EE.
Oh, that one was sent this morning, Amanda.
I didn't print it or anything. So now these are going to be wrong. They're going to be FF and GG, but there's only 2, so you guys will be able to figure that out.
Okay.
Okay, I've got that one entered in. And 80, is this the next one, 83 then?
Yes. Are we ready to go with 83?
Yeah, if you just want to give me the parcel numbers, I'll just write them down that way.
Okay, parcel number is 967-0526.
Okay.
Owned by Stang Decision Systems at 103 North Lakeshore. And they are filing a late personal property statement that revises the values. Supposedly from 3,500 on each to 2,736.
2736.
Ready, Mark?
Yep, okay. I'll make a motion to approve that late filing.
I'll second that. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 2-0 to accept the late filing and set the 2021 taxable and assessed values on the personal property at $2,736.
All right, you got that one entered.
Okay, the next is parcel 101021 at 231 Rockwood Drive. Owner is Martin Siegler.
It's 231 Rockwood Drive.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need a little refresher. That's one that came about after I left the city. Where exactly is Rock Drive?
Yeah.
I had to look that one up too.
Got to be one of the new condo developments, but I don't know which one. Unless it's the quarry. Sounds like it could be one of the private streets at the quarry too.
Hey, Miles, your last email did not have an attachment.
Yeah, when you have a pounding headache from trying to keep up and stare at two screens, I'm sure I've made more than one mistake.
It's bound to happen.
My computer is currently froze, by the way. The little hamster mouse is just going around and around and around. So maybe
Miles, is that a sign?
maybe it'll unfreeze, and so I don't have to reboot the whole thing.
That would be good.
Mr. Steinler didn't give us much to work with,
No, I'm not seeing a whole lot of.
other than he feels that the increase is excessive and without substantiation, but his estimate of the true cash value is higher than what we've got it assessed at.
Yeah, that's kind of strange.
Didn't notice that. In conversations with Mr. Steinler, he wasn't concerned about the taxable value. He was just wanting to get more clarification on the increase in the assessed value from 2020 to 2021. So.
Did we figure out where Rockwood Drive is yet?
Trying to find her.
I wasn't looking.
Yeah.
It says no objects found.
My pen here. It looks like it might be just south of Sandstone Drive, right before Joliet for Shiras Hills.
Okay, that's what I thought. But just the name sounded like it might fit in with the
It's a
quarry.
It's a teeny road, so there's not much on it.
So there's not a huge difference that I can recall in the layout or anything of those condos down there. His must be very similar to his neighbor's valuations.
Oh, I see it. It's not even a road on the map.
No, that's all private drive in there, but they've got private street names, I guess, that are, I don't think any of them serve more than, well, one of them serves more than about 4 homes, but most of them are pretty short.
So this is where it is if you're curious.
Okay,
Division Street.
thank you. I guess there is a little bit of difference between building layouts there, but it looks like the one right next to him is the mirror opposite of his, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, can we see what that one's at?
So really, I mean, should we be ignoring his estimated true cash value? Or he's just got inconsistent statements. I mean, if he was concerned how much it jumped, but yet he's saying it's worth even more yet, so.
Yeah. A little confused by that as well.
It did take a significant jump, but.
Mm-hmm.
Well, those don't have their own separate neighborhood like some of the developments do. Are they considered part of Shiras Hills or?
They're part of the condos on Shiras Hills, so the Shiras Point condominium.
Okay, yeah. So this shows that the, I'm looking at your ECFs for Shiras Point condominiums actually went down. Factor is 87.6.
I'm not sure what he's asking.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Well, I guess in looking at this now, I'm not only confused about his form, but the numbers we got here too, because if his taxable value, or excuse me, the assessed value went up from 103.8 to 151.3, and yet the neighborhood ECF is a 0.876. And you're multiplying by these ECFs, not dividing, right?
What was it in the prior year?
Okay, so you're saying that would be the 20 that we're looking at there, and this is 21 that we were given?
Well, I don't know what documents you have in front of you, but you'd have to, if you compare the 20 ECF to the 21 ECF, the 21 ECF should be higher than the 20.
Yeah, we're in board of review.
Oh. Well, in our book, we had a list. I presume it's 2021. It's was printed on February 23rd. I can't read the hole punch where the column title is.
Amanda, can you switch databases and to 2020 and then look and see what the ECF for that neighborhood is in 2020?
I just emailed them those.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Well,
Um,
let's take a look at the email then.
because Steve wanted that question answered.
Oh, it's in that email? Gotta find that. I think I've got that one up here now.
So the 2020 year, it was 0.558.
Yeah, so that would be the difference. So you went from 0.558 to 0.876. So that's going to be the increase after the depreciation.
Okay. Well, I said, I don't know what he's asking for. I don't know if we should just deny it based on the fact that we can't figure it out, or if.
I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I don't know exactly what he wants us to.
Or if we want to somehow delay action on this one and contact him for tomorrow's hearing and see if he wants to explain himself.
That would be good.
You have his email, right, Christina? Do you-
Yes, I believe he faxed this over, but yeah, I can reach out to him and see if he can join us tomorrow. Let me try to find his email.
Is that still, do we still leave them at petition 84 and not act on it, or do we?
Yes, we can leave them at 84. That's fine.
Well, I think if we can reach them, it's best to give them a chance to try to straighten it out.
Agreed.
Because then I sent you two, and the next one's easy. It's just a personal property. We could do it as 85. It would be the
Yeah.
parcel
I'm
number.
trying to find those here yet.
Yeah.
I'm just getting it open here.
Oh, I got the wrong email. Sorry. Okay, so that's just personal property. The next one.
Yep.
Petition 85. And can
I'll
somebody
make-
tell me what the details are, the parcel number?
9670992.
And the owner's name?
Marquette Pediatric Dentistry.
What are the numbers again, Amanda?
9670992.
Okay.
And it'll go from 62,000 to 53,640.
And that's just due to the late filing?
Correct. And this one, the postmark was okay. It just so happened to just get to us.
Wait. If everybody's set there, I'll make a motion to accept the late filing.
Okay, I will second that. And we'll change assessed and taxable values from 62,000 to 53,640.
50, yep, 53, yep. Mhm.
On parcel number 9670992. So all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 2-0.
Gotta print the forms again.
Starting to get a headache too.
What screen time? All right, that one is done.
Okay, petition number 86 is for parcel 0111140 from Margaret Cazzola for 236 Rock Street. He has current assessed value. This can't be right. It's showing an assessed value of 95,300 and a taxable value of 98,300.
Yeah, she filled that out. So I actually printed it. It'll be the next sheet, what it actually was.
Okay. So taxable is 98, or excuse me, assessed is 98,300. And taxable is 86,367.
Yep.
And she says estimated true cash value is 87.5. I wonder if that's really what she means, or if she's
She's probably doing half.
Let's see her comment. Foundation cracked and leaking, window frames dry rotted, bricks crumbling and falling off, exterior cement window sills cracked and broken due to settling and heavy equipment traffic. And then photos attached. It's the one right on the corner of 5th and Rock, then, correct? Well, it does look like it's in need of a little repair, but again, I presume this was built 1900 or a little earlier.
$18.98 we have.
Okay.
Pretty good guess.
I remember it well.
You're aging yourself. We're all going cuckoo.
Well, obviously, I don't think we can use her number of whatever it was here. I gotta go back. 87.5, unless we were to double it.
She probably did that. So it's probably the 175 she's thinking, but it's just a guess.
Is this just a single family or is this apartments?
It's single family. I'll share my screen.
Okay.
As I recall, it's a fairly large house.
Yeah.
Here's some pictures.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice place.
Oh, I see that. Okay, it's not the one I was thinking of. This was Mrs. Everson's house. I used to work there on the yard at times.
You were the yard boy?
Well, a lot of places in town. It's in a great location and it's good size house, but it's definitely a niche market for something that old and the style and everything in it stuff. So I don't know. At I don't think it's worth the 196,000 that it's on the assessed value for. So we could look more at a doubling of her number.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. So
175 seems a bit high to me, but I guess I could go with that.
yeah, it is a nice house if it's, needs a little fixing up, but still.
My house is half that size, if half, probably less than half, and it just appraised for $190,000
Yeah.
in the city limits.
And was yours built in 1892?
No. Probably. I can look.
Again, it's the fact that people want houses under 200,000 or 250,000. So,
1965 is when my house was built.
pardon?
1965 is when my house was built, so
That's a bit different.
it's different.
Um, 175, you thought? Well, what about 180,000, Steve?
Okay. If you want to go any lower than that? I get 180 is fine with me. That's fine.
You think?
Yeah.
It is, I mean, it is a pretty nice house despite the repairs needed.
As I recall, back in the 70s, it was a very high class house, even though it was very old at that time. It had a lot of ornate design and things inside, I think.
Yeah, I used to live around the corner from that place. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Spot anyway.
So we're going with 180,000.
Yeah, that's my my motion.
90,000 basically assessed value, and
Yep.
You're gonna call it property conditions?
Sounds good to me.
Moved and seconded to set the assessed and it'd be the assessed value at 90,000. The taxable value won't change from 86,367 on parcel 0111140. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved 2-0. And how's that for timing?
That's pretty good.
A lot of petitions. I do have a question that I found when entering the numbers in the book. This was for one of the was entering, I think, one of the disabled vet ones that that we dealt with on the second, and one of the adjoining parcels caught my eye that it's on parcels 0440350. at 1815 Presque Isle. And I just wondered, the record, I think, showed that it was uncapped for 2020, but then it looks like the cap has been put back on. I couldn't remember if that was something that came to us to correct, or
It
why
did
that.
in
that-
July.
Okay,
It was a clerical error.
okay, good. I just couldn't recall whether we dealt with that one or not. Thought it odd that the cap was back on, so. And then you said, right now, I haven't reviewed all of the values in the neighborhood, but I looked at all the ones that were on acreage in my neighborhood, and my house is valued at more than twice the value of all the other ones in the area. I know I built a little bit out of the neighborhood values, but I don't think it was that far, and I can't really, appeal to the board. I guess I'm wondering, do I have the option at after this is all over to kind of sit down with one of you from assessing and review my record card and make sure that everything on there is correct, and then ask that you relook at the calculations in another year?
If I were you, I would file a petition with the Board of Review, and then when it comes time to do anything, just recuse yourself and let Mark decide. I don't think you should be penalized whatsoever because you're on the Board of Review and because the city can't get 5 people on the board. So
Yeah, but Mark can't vote to change anything.
well, it's not it's a quorum of the Board of Review.
Yeah, but one is not a quorum of 2.
Yeah.
And it isn't so much the taxable value I have a problem with. It's, so it isn't critical to me, but the assessed value just seems to be jumping way up a lot higher. And
Yeah. Well, all right. If you're not comfortable with that, my other suggestion to you is this: file a petition with the Board of Review. The Board of Review can deny it due to a lack of a quorum, and then we'll look at the facts. And if we think that it should be changed, then we'll do a stipulation. And that way you're protected for the year 2021. There's no reason that you should be penalized because you're on the Board of Review. So that's the other option you could take.
okay, well, I'll try to fill one out and let's see how I may need some help to email one in.
Want us to send you one?
I've got I don't have the blank forms. Yeah, so if we
We'll
could
send you one.
Am I able to just fill it out online then? Is it a fillable form or?
Yeah, we've got a fillable one we can send you.
And then you can
I
sign.
haven't really spent all the time trying to figure out what the value should be, but I do know that a couple weeks ago, I noticed that my brick fascia on the corner of the building closest to Wright Street developed a large crack from all the traffic, the truck traffic on Wright Street, I presume, on the frost. My windows don't shake like Mr. Tonka's do, but the house does shake when the trucks go by over there, and stuff rattles in here and occasionally vibrates off the wall or something, but not very often. And so it's not ideal, but I'll spend some time tonight looking at some of the other values and see if I can't come up with a recommended value on it. So.
Okay, and then like I said, we can deny it, and then we'll look at the values, and then if need be, we'll just you can file an appeal with the tribunal, and we can stipulate to the value of whatever we come up with.
Okay, well, thank you. I hate to do that when I'm on the board of review, but it's just one of those things where, when you compare it with the other items and entries in the book, it doesn't look like it fits very well at all. So.
Well, if we had one more member, you could easily do it and recuse yourself.
Yeah.
But it's, like I said, there should be no reason whatsoever someone should be penalized for being on a city board. So we'll follow through.
Well, right now my tentative taxable value is $388,400, and there's no way I wouldn't even feel comfortable trying to ask that on a sale. So.
All right, so should we adjourn this and revamp up tomorrow?
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan. I'll make a motion for adjournment.
Okay, I'll second that, and we will adjourn until, is it 3 o'clock tomorrow?
1.
1 o'clock tomorrow. We will reconvene for hearings.
All right.
Thank you.
See you guys at 1.
Bye.
Good evening. Bye.